Hello beautiful souls and welcome back to my channel. Today's video we're going to be going through the astrology for March of 2023 for your zodiac signs. And March is about to be an incredibly powerful month. We have two major planets changing signs. In fact, we have a lot of planets changing signs, but there's two major planets that rarely ever change signs that are both going to be moving into new zodiac signs this month. This is going to create some major change for everyone. This will be taking us to new heights, new levels, new realms, and creating major shifts in all of our lives. So I'm really excited to get into what that means for all of us. And I personally recommend checking out your sun, your moon, and your rising sign in order to get the most all-encompassing and accurate zodiac sign prediction for your month of March. I personally believe that the rising sign will be the most accurate in this particular zodiac sign reading. If you do not know what your rising sign or your moon sign or your sun sign is, there are some online calculators where you could just Google like, what is my rising sign? And you will need to know your exact time and your exact place of birth to know your rising sign. So definitely have those handy if you want to know what your rising sign is. If not, just check out your sun sign, your moon sign, and things like that. There will also be timestamps linked down below so that you can skip right ahead to your personal zodiac signs and get right to your personal readings for the month of March. I personally do Western astrology, so that's the type of astrology we're going to be focusing on in today's video, and I am very excited to get into it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop right into today's video. Okay, so my beautiful Aries, we start off the month of March with Venus conjunct Jupiter, and these are two really abundant, beautiful, high vibe planets. And when these two conjunct, they're conjuncting in your zodiac sign of Aries. So this is happening all in your first house. This is going to be an up level of your confidence. You're likely going to feel really good this day. And even if you have a day where you're not feeling so great about yourself, this is going to highlight all the things in which are going to help you grow and expand into more confidence. This is going to awaken realization so that you can step into more confidence and see the aspects of yourself that maybe we need to just give more love to. So this day is going to highlight all of this. You may also notice that there's opportunities to have a lot of fun during this time. Maybe there's like love in the air for you and all of that kind of good stuff. So it's going to be expanding all of that. A lot of the times with these two planets, it can also give us opportunities to make more money or for us to feel more abundant as well within our monetary life. Then on the next day, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn, both in the sign of Aquarius, and this is going to be affecting your 11th house. This can be where we get like a lot more serious. We may be having serious conversations with friends of ours. We may be kind of diving deep into like more serious topics and wanting to get things done. This could be an incredibly productive time as well. We may even have a friend that is helping us, or maybe we'll be inclined to help someone else and just have a more productive time. Being in the 11th house, this does affect, the other people in our life. So we may find ourselves around other people. Maybe people are motivating us to be more productive or to work on things, get stuff done. Maybe they're helping us out, things like that. Then on that same day, since Mercury does actually move really fast, we have Mercury, conjuncting Saturn and Aquarius, but then Mercury is moving right into Pisces later on that evening, and this is going to be when Mercury moves into your 12th house. When Mercury moves here, this can be when we're getting really deep with ourselves, and we're kind of thinking about maybe the deeper things in life, the deeper things about what we really want to do and how we really want to spend our time. So this is going to awaken more of those dreamy times, and this sign or this planet being in the sign of Pisces for you when it transits the 12th house, this can make us have really deep dreams that have deep symbolic meaning. So depending on what it is that you're maybe dreaming around this time, you may find a lot of significance within it because it may actually be kind of revealing to you things that you may not be consciously aware of. So I'd highly recommend keeping a dream journal around the beginning of March and throughout that entire first week of March, to be honest. I feel like you may have some really kind of deep prophetic awakening dreams around that time. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is going to be happening around 4:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this is affecting your 6th house. So when we have our full moon in Virgo here in your 6th house, this is kind of ending an old cycle for you or an old chapter within possibly health or your schedule and routine or of even people pleasing. It can end cycles of people pleasing. It can also help us get really productive and kind of start wrapping things up that maybe we've been putting off for a while. The full moon can really help us kind of like put that finishing touch on things that we've been meaning to finish or complete for a while. So if you've been putting off like house chores, or if you've been putting off like other work chores or project chores, things like that you need to get done, this is going to be a great time of just wrapping things up and getting things done. And you may even feel kind of like really awake at this time, especially since this full moon's happening early in the morning. Well, I guess it kind of depends like where you live in the world. It may be happening much later in the day. It's happening at 4:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So depending on where you live, if this is actually happening during the night for you, you may notice that you're waking up early around this time and you're maybe having a hard time falling asleep. And this is because it's that Virgo energy of like, let's be productive, let's get things done, let's work on ourselves, let's level up. You may even be interested in just Googling things like late at night around that full moon. On that same day, we also have Saturn moving into Pisces. This is going to mark the beginning of a lot of people's Saturn returns. If you have Saturn in Pisces in your natal astrology, this is going to mark the beginning of your Saturn return. This is the first entry that Saturn is going to do into Pisces. It will go retrograde back in Aquarius for a little bit, but this is its first entry into Pisces, and this will be marking a lot of Saturn returns for people. Even if it's not your Saturn return, this is still going to be a major planetary shift that's going to affect you for the next 3 to 4 years. And this is when Saturn is now going to be transiting your 12th house. So for my Aries suns, moons, and risings, this is going to be affecting a lot of your mental area of your life. And I highly recommend also checking out your rising sign for this particular transit, because this will help you kind of see where it's affecting your personal astrology. And so Saturn moving into Pisces here, where it's going to be transiting the 12th, is going to really start to create more like deeper habits for yourself. It's also going to really make us think about what we feel like sharing about our life, what we feel like revealing about our life, versus what we may value keeping to ourselves. That's going to be a huge aspect happening through Saturn's transit in the 12th house for you. It's thinking about like the deeper stuff about who really am I? What do I want to keep to myself? What do I want to share? It may also really awaken some of your deeper intuition, some of your deeper psychic senses. And it may also be a time of deep spiritual awakening for you, because the 12th house is where we kind of awaken spiritually, and it is where we do really deep development, internal self-development, spiritual development, physical kind of real world development, personal development, everything that you can think of under the sun. Pisces is kind of like the zodiac sign that encompasses everything. It's kind of like the sign that basically has every single sign within it. That's how I would describe Pisces. It's the last sign of the zodiac, and it kind of encompasses everything. And so as Saturn moves into here, you're going to notice that this is going to be a time of awakening for you, where now it's like, I want to like up level every single aspect of my life. And you're going to notice that over the next 3 to 4 years, this is what you're going to be doing. This is what you're going to be working on. There's going to be a lot of personal development in this area for you. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into the zodiac sign of Taurus. So this is going to be when Venus begins transiting your second house. Whenever Venus transits this area, this is like a life upgrade. So for my Aries, you may be buying new things at this time. You may be upgrading your life in different ways that you weren't even thinking of before. This could also be where we're investing into ourselves. Maybe we're investing into kind of creating a better sort of environment for us to live in. We may want to improve the environment that we're in, because Venus likes to beautify things. And as it transits the second house, this is kind of like your material physical world. So we may be beautifying our environment, we may be beautifying ourselves, investing into things that make us feel really good around this time. And we may also be really focused on our diet, so that our diet really like enhances and helps us as well. So you may notice this energy kind of coming up around mid to end of March as Venus transits that area for you. Then on the 18th, we have Mercury moving into the zodiac sign of Aries. So it's moving really fast throughout the entire month of March, and it changes signs again now and moves into Aries, which is your zodiac sign, of course. This will be a time where you notice that you have a lot of energy. You are very productive. You may even be moving really fast around this time and doing a lot of things very quickly. You may be scheduling things. Plans might come up really fast for you, especially spontaneous plans. So as Saturn, or as Mercury now moves through the sign of Aries for the rest of the month of March, you will notice that like a lot of new opportunities come up for you that you're like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Spontaneous different events may come up as well through the rest of March. Then on the 20th, we have our spring equinox when the sun, of course, moves into your zodiac sign. So if this is your birthday around this time, then happy birthday. But the spring equinox is a really kind of like significant event because it moves us into a new energy. It kind of moves us into a new year. And even though in most cultures we kind of celebrate the new year around January 1st, and then, you know, some people celebrate the new year in February, there is also another new year, and this is the astrological new year on our spring equinox as we now move into the first degree of Aries. This is, of course, moving into your first house, and as the sun kind of transits this area, it kind of highlights a fresh beginning and like a fresh start for my Aries. We also have a new moon in Aries on the very next day, on the 21st, and this is of course happening in your first house. So this is just emphasizing that really kind of new, fresh start kind of energy. You may also get really inspired to start something new at this time or to try something new as we have the new moon in your sign on that day. The 23rd, then we have our big Pluto shift when Pluto moves into the zodiac sign of Aquarius. It has been in the sign of Capricorn since 2008, so it's been, you know, transiting through Capricorn for quite some time now, and now it's going to make its first shift into Aquarius, which is going to be affecting your 11th house. As Pluto moves into the 11th house, for the next 20 years, you're going to be really finding significant people in your life. The 11th house is our connection with the world, different communities, and other people, and it's sort of our service to the world as well and how we show up to the world. So you may be going through some really deep transformations, and this may be the beginning of when we have a lot of transformations within our friendships, within networking, within the people we know. And a lot of the times when we have a major Pluto transit, it will get rid of anything that no longer serves us in this area and replace it with things that really do serve us. So you may notice at this time that maybe you're not really vibing with the same people anymore. And if so, Pluto's going to help us sort of, you know, get rid of things that, again, are no longer serving us, but it always brings us a gift to replace anything that it may, you know, remove from our lives. It always brings with it a gift. So Pluto is sort of the planet of like really deep transformations that happen sort of below the surface. And this is going to be a major deep transformation within how you show up to the world, with who you connect with. And again, over the next 20 years, I really think you're going to be connecting with people who are going to make a really big impact into your life. So even though you may not notice Pluto's effects right away, especially since it moves really slow, you may not notice the effects of Pluto right away as it moves into the sign of Aquarius. But you will be noticing this over the next 20 years of your life. So embrace this Pluto transit and know that it's going to be bringing you and connecting you to people that are going to really help change your life in a really big and amazing way. Pluto always is a gift. So enjoy that transit as it begins on March 23rd. And then on the 25th, we have our last sort of significant transit of the month. We have Mars moving into Cancer. So this is going to be when Mars begins transiting your fourth house. As Mars transits this area, it makes us really productive. Being in your fourth house, this is the kind of area of our home life and also our foundation. It can also be our bank account and our savings. It can also indicate our family. Whenever Mars transits any area, it brings with it a lot of energy. And sometimes if we don't know how to handle that energy correctly, it can create a little bit of friction in that area. So just be more aware when it comes to your emotions, since it will be transiting the zodiac sign of Cancer. Be aware of your emotions around the end of March. And if you're feeling a lot of energy, if you're feeling a lot of buildup, or if you feel like you're getting triggered at all, realize that this may be happening from that deeper Mars energy that's helping us show where we need to take more action in our life. So we may actually need to take more action to, you know, focus on what is our family trying to tell us? What is our family needing from us? What do we maybe need more from our family? How do we balance things out around our home life? How do we take action to, you know, build the savings account that we want, or to build the home life that we want? What do we need to do around this time? So if we do notice any friction from the boost of energy that Mars will be giving us, realize that this may just be happening because we are feeling things on a, you know, more intense level. But this is showing us where we need to take action and where we need to maybe focus on where we want to end up. Because since Mars is the action planet, it focuses on what is your end goal? That's the big question it asks. What is your end goal? And how can we, navigate our energy and put our energy towards that, rather than letting the energy just build up and fester where we are and wonder why we're feeling anxious or maybe a bit more triggered around that time. So use that energy wisely and realize that it does have a benefit, because it can really help us move forward towards the things that we really do want as well. So with all that being said, if you are curious now about your love life, so my Aries suns, moons, and risings, we're going to be looking into your love life for the month of March of 2023. So let's see what Spirit has to say for my Aries love life. What card do we have as our maybe more focus, or I don't want to use the word challenge, but kind of the focus, I guess the focus card for your love life. Let's see what we get here. We have infinity. Infinity. So when it comes to our love life, we may really want things to last for a long time. We may be thinking like, I want to feel like this is infinite. I want to feel like this is going to last a really long time. And what we need to realize is the inner wisdom that we have. This is our solution card, is the wisdom card. So where might we get anxious about fearing infinity? I read this really amazing quote this morning that says, if you ever fear death, or if you ever fear the ending of something, it may be because we fear the present and we may not be living fully within the present moment. Therefore, we're fearing the future. We fear the end of it because we fear that we're not going to attain what we really want to. But if you already are attaining what you really want to, if you're creating it in the present moment, you're not going to fear the end of something. You're not going to fear when or if it'll go away anymore, because we feel fulfilled in the present. That's when we stop fearing death, or that's when we stop fearing when things may disappear. So the inner wisdom is tapping into what are we really fearing, and how can we use our wisdom to kind of create the most amazing experience in the present moment, so that we can commit to fulfilling our love, our inner love, our self-love, our love and relationships with others. How can we make the present moment feel like infinity, because it's exactly what we desire and it's fulfilling us. When we have that full cup, we don't worry about it necessarily spilling out anymore, because we already feel full. We're like, okay, I'm happy for the rest of my life because I've already created what I desire. So how can we create more of that in the present moment when it comes to our love life through the month of March, so that we can give and receive the most amazing love through the entire month? Let's see what our outcome card is for you for the month of March. So my Aries suns, moons, and risings, the outcome card for the love life. Feeling this one, magical. The outcome is feeling the magic. All that ever exists is the eternal present moment. And the decisions that we make within the present moment will affect what we receive and what we achieve in the future. So what are changes that we can make right now to tap into our inner wisdom, to tap into what we love, so we can begin embodying the love that we want right now? We can begin embodying all the romance, the deep love, the amazing feelings in that present moment, and create magic within the present moment. You literally have like some of the most amazing cards for the month of March. We have infinity, wisdom, and magical. So tapping in, realizing that you have this energy in your love life already. You have wisdom, infinity, and magical already within the present moment. It's about tapping into it so that we can embody more of that inner magic. That magic exists in every moment. In every moment, that magic exists. The deepest love that you could ever feel exists in any moment, as long as you work on creating that feeling and embodying and exuding that feeling. And then we're also going to amplify anything in our reality that is also a energetic match with that. So my loves, that is what we have for you. My camera is also getting very dark right now. The sun is just going behind clouds and doing all sorts of crazy things today, but be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you all so much love, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Tauruses, suns, moons, and risings. Welcome to your March prediction. I don't know why I just feel like saying in this moment, I don't know if this is something that my Tauruses are supposed to hear right now, but I just feel this energy of like being so grateful for life, being so grateful for you, just being so grateful for the world and the world that we live in. Like, the energy, you can just embody any emotion at any time, and I'm just feeling so much love right now, and I just felt like sharing that. So I don't know if, again, that was a message that you maybe need to hear right now or something that you're also feeling as well, but I'm excited and happy that I get to share that feeling with you in this video. So maybe take a moment and breathe in some beautiful gratitude for life. There's always things to be grateful for. And let's talk about your astrology for March. So we start off the month on March 1st with Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries. When these two planets conjunct, this creates a lot of abundance. These are two very, very positive planets. They create a lot of love. They amplify love when they're together, and they amplify just abundance in our entire life. The fact that this is happening in the 12th house for you, this will be happening more mentally for you, where you're going to be feeling like your mind is just expansive. Your mind may feel just very loving. There may be love that you feel like expressing to other people around this time. There may be a deep love that you begin embodying internally towards yourself or towards life or towards somebody else in your life. And this in general is just such a positive energy. Being in the sign of Aries, it's kind of like this really fun, like high vibe, almost youthful kind of energy that we're embodying mentally. And even if you're not quite feeling this way, let's say that this day you're randomly maybe, having a hard time mentally. This transit is always positive. Venus conjunct Jupiter, very positive. So even if you're feeling negative on this day, this is going to be something that alchemizes, that you're going to realize later on, like, oh, I need to let go of that. And it's going to be something that ends up freeing you later on. So no matter how you feel this day, this is going to end up being an extremely positive transit, although I highly doubt any of you are going to be feeling negative around that time, because that again is just an incredibly positive transit. So there could just be good luck happening around that time. Good luck that makes you just feel grateful, makes you feel good. And it's interesting that we also started off this reading with saying what I actually had to say, because I didn't even realize that we were about to get into that topic right there, talking about your mentality, until just now. And it just clicked, like, it's really weird that we started off this video talking about that, and that I felt like talking about that. I'm also going to adjust the lighting really quick. It's getting a little bright there. But then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn, and this is happening in the sign of Aquarius. This is happening in your 10th house. This is going to be a very productive time for you. The 2nd of March, you're going to be getting things done. You are going to be planning things, doing things that are going to get you ahead in life. It may feel like work is really easy around that time, and that we just have a lot of energy to put forward. It's like things that we were planning on from before are just getting done. Things that we've needed to maybe get done around our home life or our career are just now moving forward, especially if you have like projects or goals that you've been trying to reach. This is a great time of like development and just getting things done. On that same day, just since Mercury moves so fast, right after its conjunction with Saturn, later on that evening, it's then going to move into the zodiac sign of Pisces, which is now going to be transiting your 11th house. When Mercury transits here, we usually get invited to a lot of different things. We're usually talking to a lot of different people, meeting up with people. We may make a new friend around this time, or we just notice that our friends are making plans, inviting us out. And we also may be making plans. This could also indicate travel for some of you. So for some of my Tauruses, this could maybe be travel, or maybe speaking to somebody that we haven't spoken to in a long time, because the 11th house can also deal with the whole world. So maybe we're going to get an unexpected visit from somebody who lives far away. Maybe we're going to hear from somebody that lives far away and kind of catch up with them. Things like that are going to be happening around the 2nd of the month as Mercury now moves into your 11th house later on in that evening. And then it's going to be transiting there for kind of the whole beginning of March before it moves signs again. And then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is going to be happening in your 5th house. Full moons are endings of chapters. Being in the zodiac sign of Virgo in your 5th house, this is the ending of kind of a chapter for you where maybe you've outgrown some things in your life. Like maybe you're feeling like you've outgrown old ways of having fun, or maybe you're feeling like you're closing out a certain chapter, maybe within your dating life. Maybe there's a chapter that you're like, okay, you know what? I feel like I'm finally ending that phase, and maybe I'm getting to a new level in my dating life. Maybe I'm just embracing new things in this area and closing out a chapter that you've now outgrown, a chapter that you are ready for something more, ready for something bigger. On that same day, we also have Saturn changing signs, and this is a really big, massive transit. This is also going to mark the beginning of a Saturn return for those who have Saturn in the sign of Pisces in their natal chart. So if you do have Saturn in Pisces in your natal chart, this is the beginning of your Saturn return. This is the first sort of instance of it, and maybe you've been even feeling the energy of it kind of building up here. But even if it's not your Saturn return, this is still a very big, major transit. And as Saturn moves into Pisces, this is going to be where Saturn is now transiting your 11th house. This is going to bring a major focus and asking you, what are you committed to in the world? What is your purpose that you want to commit to? What is the kind of responsibility that you want to have in the bigger picture? What do you want that to be? This is also going to be some deep self-development in relationships, within communication, within learning, within expansion. This can also be a time where you're learning things that are outside of the norm. You're just learning things that you didn't even realize about the world prior. And this is going to be a transit that's happening for the next like 3 to 4-ish years. And so this is going to be a major time of really just a lot of internal deep self-development, and it's likely going to come through other people, since the 11th house does deal with friends, networking, communicating with other people, and realizing new information in those ways. This could be a time where you get into all of that kind of stuff, and also figuring out who you really want to commit to in your life. Because Saturn asks us to make deep commitments, and it also asks us to do some deep learning. So at this time, for the next 3 to 4 years, you may also be learning a lot through other people. We may be learning a lot about self-respect, setting boundaries, who we really want to have into our life, who we maybe want to cut out of our life because maybe they just don't meet our standards anymore. Saturn is raising your standards for the people that you have in your life for the next 3 to 4 years, and it's also going to help you bring in and connect deeper with the people who are really in alignment with you, who really offer something great, who help deep self-development and things like that. So Saturn is going to bring those different things for you over the next 3 to 4 years, and it's going to begin on March 7th. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into the zodiac sign of Taurus. So this is, of course, your sign. And as Venus transits your sign in your first house, this is going to boost self-confidence. This is going to boost the entirety of yourself. Venus is the planet of love, beauty, and money. So this can be when we're investing more into ourselves, making ourselves feel really great internally and externally. This can also be where we're improving our environment that we're in. And this could also be where we are receiving maybe gifts or money from other people, especially because this planet is going to be kind of transiting here for the rest of the month. This is a great time of just investing in yourself, being the receiver of love. This could also be a time where you're excited to maybe exude and give more love and create more romance in your life as well. Then on the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries. This is going to be when Mercury begins transiting your 12th house. And as Mercury transits this area, it really helps us plan out things that maybe we didn't realize that we're sort of putting off. It can also help us dig in deeper and realize deeper truths that maybe we haven't expressed, deeper truths that maybe we've been feeling but maybe we've put off for a while. And this is going to be a time where that starts to come back up again. This can also be a time where someone else begins opening up deeper with you about things that they're feeling that they've been maybe holding back on. So this can be when somebody's expressing to us maybe some positive feelings that they were shy to express before, or vice versa. Or this could also be when maybe we're feeling something that maybe we've just been pushing off because we're like, no, it's no big deal. But maybe now's a time where it's going to be a great invitation to begin diving into those feelings a little bit deeper, honoring those feelings, whatever they may be, and being able to feel comfortable to think about them deeper and maybe even begin to express them and communicate about them so that we can no longer, just harbor that within. So Mercury will be helping us sort of dive into those feelings a little bit more, develop them, and reflect on them. And that transit's going to be with us through the rest of March. Then on the 20th, we're going to have our spring equinox when the sun moves into Aries. And the sun moving into Aries is going to be when it starts transiting your 12th house. This is again going to bring up more of those deeper things that maybe we've been putting off for a while that are going to really help us sort of illuminate so that we can develop them again a lot more, and so we can learn from them and heal from them so that they're no longer just kind of like being carried with us subconsciously or even consciously. Then on the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, which is happening in the 12th house. This is a new cycle happening for you mentally now. So now we're kind of like having a refresh. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my Tauruses, you actually deal with those problems, you know, between the 18th and the 21st, because that's going to be a time where a lot of that comes up. And then we have our new beginning with the new moon. And this could be a great time where we're just like, I am just so ready for a refresh. And I have learned what I've learned. And now I know how to deal with this better. And now I'm on a new cycle for myself mentally. And it feels like you're refreshed, you're clean, you're clear, you're open, and there's a lot more clarity happening for yourself mentally, and also within kind of the aspects of communication and expression. Then on the 23rd, we have Pluto moving into the sign of Aquarius, and this is going to be our other really major transit that's going to be sort of setting the tone for the next 20 years for everyone, you know, and it's going to be affecting everyone sort of different. And when Pluto moves into Aquarius, this is when Pluto is going to move into your 10th house. There's going to be certain things that are just no longer serving you within your career, within the bigger goals that you have in your life, within, you know, what you're moving towards. And this is going to be helping to show you where we may be like not so confident with ourselves, where we may have certain things that just aren't serving us anymore within our goals and within our career. Pluto is going to really help take those things away. Pluto is the planet of deep transformations. And usually it's things that we didn't even know that we needed to transform. And sometimes we are conscious of it, but a lot of the times we aren't, because Pluto does kind of rule more of the subconscious. And so as Pluto moves over here, it's going to be transforming a lot for you. And this is going to be very positive because Pluto always gives us a gift. It does remove the things that no longer serves us, but it also gives us a gift. You can think about Pluto as a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, and Pluto's sort of the cocoon phase. And when a caterpillar goes into that cocoon phase, it's sort of like Pluto saying, you know, these legs and this like caterpillar skin is no longer really serving you. I think you're ready for something more. I think you're ready for something greater. I think you're ready to be greater. And so Pluto will put us through that cocoon stage, and it will give us wings. And so we may be in that cocoon stage being like, oh my God, there's a lot of transformations happening in my life. What's going on? And then all of a sudden we come out of that phase and we're like, oh, I got wings? That was great. Like, hell yeah. And then all of a sudden we're just no longer even thinking about the past. We're no longer thinking about the things that maybe Pluto had taken away from us, because we're like, I got something way better. I got something that serves me way better, and now I'm so up-leveled. So Pluto, as it's going to transit your 10th, this is also going to be where you're realizing your self-worth and what you truly deserve within your career, especially if you're not like, you know, seeing your worth in your career in some way, shape, or form, or if you're not seeing your worth within deserving, you know, the big goals and the big desires that you have in life, because Pluto is kind of like what we're striving towards, what we're becoming, the big mountain that we're climbing, right? So that's why it's very connected to career, because career is like we're climbing the ladder a lot of the times and we're reaching new goals. So the 10th house, you can think about it as like the big mountain that you're climbing. As Pluto kind of transits here, it's going to remove like, you know, different blocks that were on your pathway of climbing that mountain, different things that were just not serving you, different things that maybe we're climbing this mountain with this really heavy weighted backpack and we're not even realizing that we're just dragging it along and it's kind of holding us back a little bit. And so Pluto's going to come here and sort of take away all those things in your life that have been kind of holding you back in your career. And this is going to be a major time over the next 20 years that are going to help you climb the mountain of your deepest dreams, your deepest desires. And Pluto will be giving you gifts here. Pluto will be giving you gifts so that you can actually get to those areas of your life that you really want to be at, that you really want to become. And so Pluto's going to help you do all of that. I know that was a long explanation, but I feel like Pluto needed that explanation. So then on the 25th of March, we have our last kind of more major transit of the month, and that's when Mars moves into Cancer. This is when Mars is going to be now transiting your 3rd house, and whenever Mars transits any area, it brings with it a lot of energy. Mars is the planet of action, but it also just has so much energy behind it that sometimes it can cause us to feel a bit of friction, a little bit of triggering, a little bit of intense energy. And so as it moves into your third house of communication, of, talking things out, of planning things, of also the mind and of learning, as Mars transits here, we may notice that there's a lot of energy coming in within that area. There may be a lot of energy coming in with communication. Somebody may be talking to you really intensely, or we may be reading into communication with a more intense vibe at this time because we just have a lot of energy in this area as Mars transits here. So my advice whenever we're going through any Mars transit is to be aware that there's an excess of energy here, but this excess or excessive amount of energy here is to help us push forward in this area, to help us move forward. So with this awareness, we can use this energy wisely. If we notice that there's any conversations coming up, or if there's any frustrations within planning or learning or communicating things, this is where we can use that awareness, like, I am feeling that excessive energy, I am feeling a bit more intense around this time. How can I use this energy to serve me? And this is where you need to think about your target. Mars is kind of like, the action. It's almost like the arrow that's shooting towards something. So we must ask ourselves, okay, where do I want this target to hit? What is my outcome that I really want? And then we can use that excessive amount of energy to be like, let me push forward on that. Let me push forward on that outcome. So if you're having a conversation with somebody and you're like, oh, this is getting kind of intense, think about, what do I want the outcome to be? Do I want the outcome to be love and understanding? Let me put all of my energy towards loving and understanding. Then you're going to notice that you're getting towards that outcome a lot easier. And that's what Mars is for. Mars is to energize us to push forward on things really fast, but sometimes that fast energy can make us trip if we're not paying attention, right? So that's just my little advice for the rest of the month of March, as you may be kind of noticing some of that Mars energy coming up for you. So my Tauruses, suns, moons, and risings, that's what we have for you astrologically. And if you're curious about your love life through the month of March, we're going to be going through some of our cards here to kind of get an overview of what Spirit may want to say about your love life. So my Tauruses, suns, moons, and risings. The first card that we're going to pull is sort of like what Spirit wants to bring up or highlight about your love life. And then we're going to be getting a solution card and an outcome card for you. So that's how it's going to work today. Let's see. So your cards that are representing your love life, we have divinity and hope. There is like a goal that you really want in your love life. There's like, you really want things to work out well is kind of what I'm feeling here for my Tauruses. Divinity and hope gives me this feeling of like I really want things to work out, but we may sometimes be feeling anxious about it because maybe we want it to work out so bad and we're being so hopeful that it might be giving us some of that excessive energy through the month of March. Although these two cards are, however, extremely positive, sometimes when we have a lot of those positive feelings that we really want to create, sometimes we can get a little bit of that anxious attachment style towards our love life because we're like, I really, really want it to go really well. How do I make that happen? And I'm scared, like, oh, that my partner or the person I'm interested in didn't text me back for the last couple hours. Does that mean there's something wrong or like what's happening? Sometimes it can give us a little bit of the anxiousness. So our solution is adventure. Ride the adventure, ride the ups and downs, and do not be fearful of the ups and downs. Sometimes, we can think about in all aspects of life, we really want things to go super well. But sometimes we don't realize that the ups and downs, the adventure of it, is kind of what creates life to be exciting. Not that we should ever seek a down or things like that. We should never go out seeking those things. But if we look at life as more of an adventure, as more of a dance, and we realize that even if we do reach low times, that's okay. Life just has that naturally, and the more that we're okay with it, the more that we can accept it, the more that we can navigate it with a clear conscience, the more that we can navigate it with ease, and just enjoying the adventure of it and looking at things more lightheartedly is another thing that I feel like Spirit is really telling me. Sometimes when we're so hopeful of a certain outcome, we don't realize that sometimes there's an adventure within something. So for example, let's say that let's give this example because I feel like we can all probably relate to this. Let's say that this is our first kiss and we're so hopeful, we're so wanting, we have like the certain outcome in our mind that wants it to be absolutely perfect, that wants it to be absolutely divine. And maybe we have this image in our head that our first kiss needs to be on the beach with a romantic picnic, with the sunset, and it needs to happen at the perfect time. There needs to be a certain feeling attached to it. And let's say that the kiss that we kind of end up getting is, maybe we're in the car and maybe they're just like, you know, maybe it's not like necessarily the most romantic time. Maybe we're having a conversation about something that's like, kind of like, I don't know, about work. And then all of a sudden they lean in for the first kiss and you're like, it's not very special. So when we're so attached to a particular outcome, sometimes we don't see the divinity, sometimes we don't see the divineness of our own story, right? Sometimes we don't see that maybe that moment was absolutely perfect. And the more that we kind of hold towards certain outcomes, the more that we're trying to push to a certain outcome, it can kind of sometimes disrupt us. And when we can see life as more of an adventure and be curious about what's my adventure going to be like? What's my story going to be like? And sometimes we can laugh about like silly things happening. Like let's say that our proposal ended up being at like a gas station. I don't know if any of you have seen The Office before, but Jim and Pam, which are kind of like the love couple, and sorry if this is a spoiler alert, but they get engaged outside of a gas station when it's raining. And although I feel like a lot of people would be like, wow, I got proposed to at a gas station, they're a couple that they look at that moment and they're like, that is so unique. And it's so just like cute that you know, Jim wanted to propose to her so bad that he's like, I don't care if it's like right now. I don't care if it's like at a gas station. I love her and it's my moment of love. So realizing, don't be so attached to an outcome. Don't be so attached to things needing to be a certain way. Enjoy the adventure of your own story, because you can look at things and be like, wow, that's like really romantic. That's like so cute, but it depends on your perspective of each thing. And let's say your partner is giving you a compliment, but say it comes out in a bad way. Like let's say they're like, that they say something like, you know, you're the most amazing person I've ever been with. And maybe we're taking that as in like, you're comparing me to your other people, you're bringing up other people right now. Like, you know, we could take it in that way, or we could take it in the way of like, wow, like I'm really honored that you see me that way. I'm really honored that I mean that to you. So realizing that things can sometimes come out backwards sometimes, but just enjoy the adventure. Enjoy, like, nothing is ever really necessarily going to be ultimately perfect unless we have the perspective of accepting the adventure that is ours, right? And I know I'm kind of going off right now about this, but, you know, if this resonates, then it resonates, right? Maybe that was the thing that needed to come up right now. So accepting the adventure of whatever it is for you, even if it ends up not being what we thought it was going to be, even if it ends up being not necessarily what we wanted it to be and what we were picturing, loving the fact that there's a little bit of unpredictability in life, loving the fact that, you know, there's funniness within things kind of ending up in a unique way. And we can choose to enjoy it. We can choose to see it really good. And let's see, our outcome card. This is interesting because these three cards just came up for the last group. They came up for Aries for their love life, but these are your outcome cards. So the last card that we're choosing is the outcome cards, but we have three for you. And the outcome is magical tranquility and infinity. This is where you begin opening up to infinite possibilities. And when we open ourselves up to the infinite possibilities of the universe, we can actually find the magic within that. And there's something tranquil about that because we let go of forcing an outcome. We let go of needing something to be a certain way. So we're able to accept the tranquility. And there's a tranquility in that because we're not like so anxious about needing something to turn out a certain way. We can actually enjoy the peace of the present moment and enjoy the magic that can come up within that. Enjoying the infinite possibilities of the universe and not needing something to match what we've seen on TV, not needing something to match what we've been told we should want, right? Sometimes we're told that we should want like the biggest wedding in the world or the best perfect first date. And sometimes there's magic in the infinite possibilities that not everything needs to look the way that we've been told, and something can look totally unique, and that's something that's amazing. Now you have a unique story to tell and it's not just the same old, right? So enjoy the uniqueness of you, and that is basically what Spirit has to say today about your March love life, and your outcome will be magical, tranquil, and open to infinite possibilities. So I'm sending you so much love. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising signs to get to know the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you so much love, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, my gorgeous, beautiful Geminis, and welcome to your zodiac sign prediction for the month of March. So we start off on March 1st with Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries. When these two planets conjunct, it makes magical times. Both of these planets are extremely positive, and when they come together, they kind of amplify this really beautiful, loving, abundant kind of energy, full of beauty, full of confidence, and that is all happening in your 11th house. This could be a time where you get compliments from other people. This could be a time where things just feel positive within the air. And there could even be certain things that you're invited to where we're just feeling really high vibe. Maybe we're feeling really good, especially since the 11th house can deal with other people or other events, our friends. It can also deal with our service to the world and our impact on the entire world. And this could just be a time where you're full of inspiration, you're full of love, you're full of magic, you're full of that high vibe kind of energy. You may even find yourself around people that are just incredibly high vibe on this day, and maybe it's just a really good feel good kind of day. Even if you end up feeling negative on this day, however, even if that's something that you end up going through, this transit always has a positive outcome. So even if we're feeling negative, even if we have a negative interaction on this day, it's going to be showing you something that's then later going to alchemize into something very positive. So I do want you to be aware of that, because everyone kind of goes through a different sort of energy, right? But this transit will create positive outcomes no matter what. So even if you do go through something hard, I just want you to know that this transit will create a positive energy behind it, and there will be a positive gift through anything that you experience on this day. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn in Aquarius. Mercury's moving real fast through the month. I just need to say it's going to be going through a lot of different things throughout the month of March. But this is all happening now in your 9th house when Mercury conjuncts Saturn. And Mercury conjunct Saturn creates a very productive time for us. And being in your 9th house, this could be where we're really committed to learning new things. This can be where we're really committed to up-leveling ourselves, dedicating to, reading a book or joining like a class or doing something to kind of improve yourself. This is definitely like a learning period for you. And this could also be where we meet like a teacher who's maybe really inspiring, or we come across information that we find really interesting. We're so ready to dive into it. So that happening on the 2nd of the month, definitely be aware, look out for that. We may also be learning how to just be more productive in our day in general and getting stuff done, especially things that we've been maybe wanting to work on in order to jump to the next level of our life. Then on that same day, later in the evening, since Mercury is moving so fast, it's then going to change signs and move into Pisces later on in that evening. And that's going to be when Mercury begins transiting your 10th house. This is where we really start to get stuff done. Mercury transit the 10th is when we start working on climbing the big mountain, right? So you can think about the 10th house as the mountain that we want to climb to the goals that we want to get to. It's sort of like our ascension to bigger desires, bigger dreams, bigger goals. And when Mercury transits this area, we begin planning and really starting to move really efficiently in this area. We're going to notice information coming in that helps us excel in our career, that makes us excel in the things that we want to do and the places that we want to get to in our life. And Mercury also transiting here really brings us new information, new communication, new people, and new learning that helps us excel in our bigger dreams. I also think you're going to be getting ideas out of the blue on this day, especially since Mercury is going to be transiting the sign of Pisces, which allows, all the Geminis to be much more dreamy and all of that. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, and full moons are closing of old chapters, and this is going to be happening in your 4th house. This is closing out some sort of chapter within your home life or some sort of chapter within your foundation. Whatever your foundation or your routine or sort of like your foundation of life or your home life, whatever way that's been, maybe there's been certain routines that you've had in that area, maybe there's been certain things that you've relied on in the past, and this full moon is like, I'm ready for something more. I'm ready to change my foundation. I'm ready to change my schedule. I'm ready to change something about my average, more everyday life. Since this full moon is also in your 4th house, this could also be bringing up different cycles within our family as well, since the 4th house is also the house of family. So this could also be closing out an old cycle with our family. We may be ready to open up a new cycle and start something new here, and maybe just kind of end like an old pattern that's not really feeling like it's fitting anymore. So that's going to be happening on that day. Then on that same day, we also have Saturn moving into Pisces. This is such a major time. It's also going to be marking the beginning of a lot of people's Saturn returns. So if you have Saturn in the sign of Pisces in your natal astrology, this is marking the beginning of your Saturn return. Even if you do not have Saturn in the sign of Pisces, this Saturn transit's still going to be very big, and it's going to impact everyone in a very big way. So since Saturn rarely ever changes signs, it changes signs like every 3 to 4 years. This is going to be sort of setting the tone for the next 3 to 4 years for us. Since this is going to be transiting your 10th house, this is going to be huge for your career. So my Geminis, Saturn moving into Pisces for the next 3 to 4 years. This is where we're going to be committing to really up-leveling ourselves towards that mountain that we're climbing. Just as we were talking about earlier with Mercury transiting the 10th house is the mountain that we're climbing to the goals that we want to get to. The mountain represents, you know, the goals that are sitting at the top, and we're needing to climb our way up there. So what are the things that you really desire in life? What are the things that you want to achieve, right? Saturn now beginning to transit the 10th house is going to really help us achieve these things. Saturn is a planet that can give us a lot of lessons, but it's also a planet that has tons of blessings within it because it really teaches us. Saturn is a huge teacher planet. It helps us structure things properly. It helps us commit to actually getting things done and committing to, sometimes if it's a long process, it helps us commit even through the mundane kind of boring things that we may actually just need to get done in order to make something the best it can possibly be. So Saturn doesn't care about, like, you know, getting things done as fast as possible. Saturn is like, I want the best possible outcome, and I'm going to commit to that no matter what it takes. And so as this begins transiting here, you're going to notice that you're very committed to your dreams, and there's going to be a lot of new information and learning coming through over the next 3 to 4 years that's going to really help you excel to get to your dreams. You're going to be very committed to it, and there's going to be different things that you're committed to in order to learn to actually get to that new height. Saturn's going to really help you do that. Saturn's like, if you want to get to the goal, we're putting on the proper shoes and we are hiking our way up there. Let's go. So I would not be surprised if a lot of my Geminis, you start reaching a lot of success within these next 3 to 4 years as you kind of enter the Saturn return, or Saturn transit, I should say, not Saturn return. It may be a Saturn return for some of you. It's a Saturn return for me at the very least, so that's why I'm like inclined to say Saturn return, but it is also just a Saturn transit for most people. And then there will be a lot of people who are also having a Saturn return around this time. So that is what that is. And then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus. Venus transiting the 12th house for my Geminis, because this is going to be transiting the 12th house. This is going to be a time where we're a lot more lighter on ourselves mentally, and we may also be feeling like deeper emotions that are going to come up around this time. Deeper emotions that we may have kind of like put off, that's going to come up around this time in order for us to kind of just sort it out and to become friends with our mind, to become friends with our inner feelings, and so we can begin to accept them more, and so we can also begin to transform them into something that really serves us. That's what Venus really helps us do. It helps us beautify this area. So this is going to really help beautify your mind, especially if you've had a pattern of thinking negatively. Venus is going to help us think positively. Venus is going to help us renew this energy so that we can look at ourselves in a more loving, kind, beautiful sort of way. We may also be doing things for ourselves around this time that help rejuvenate ourselves mentally. So this could be a time where we're like, I'm gonna, like have a bath with a glass of wine and do a face mask and read a book or something like that, even though wine is probably not very good for us. But like things like that is very Venus in Taurus transiting the 12th. It's very much like, let me rejuvenate myself so that I can get back to a clear place and a more beautiful place within my own mind. So Venus will be helping us do that through the rest of March. Then on the 18th, we have Mercury moving into Aries. This is going to be transiting your 11th house, and this could be where we're getting, you know, hit up by a lot of people. Like maybe our friends are like, let's go do this, let's go do that. We may be getting a lot of invitations. There may be a lot of different things just coming up, a lot of commitments like, oh, I committed to this and I have to do this and I'm going to this, and then this spontaneously happened as well. So Mercury kind of creates like a more busy time for us, and there could be a lot of people that we're maybe talking to, a lot of maybe appointments that we have around this time as it transits the 11th house through the rest of the month of March. Then on the 20th, we have our spring equinox when the sun moves into Aries, and this is going to be where the sun is transiting your 11th. This is again where we're really busy just with other people. Other people are talking to us a lot. We maybe feel like talking to other people a lot. There just may be a lot of information to share and to receive as well. So this is going to be a time of that. Then on the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, and new moons are new cycles. So happening in your 11th house, there could be a new cycle happening within our friends, our friend group. So maybe we're starting a new cycle with that. Maybe we're like, I'm committed to seeing you like once a week, or I'm committed to like making this kind of plan, like, oh, we're gonna do our grocery shopping every Sunday morning, or like things like this. It's kind of like committing to a new cycle with your friends, committing to a new kind of chapter. And this could also be where we make a new friend as well. There could be somebody new that's coming into our life, or somebody that maybe we've known previously that maybe we're making a deeper connection with. Then on the 23rd, we have Pluto moving into Aquarius. Pluto rarely ever changes signs. It takes Pluto almost 20 years to change a sign. And depending on like what area of the zodiac it's in, it'll either move slightly slower, slightly faster. But this new transit that we're going to be having, this new Pluto transit, is going to be lasting for about 21 years. And this is when Pluto is going to begin its transit in Gemini's 9th house. Pluto takes away things that no longer serve us, and then it gives us a gift in this area. Anything that Pluto transforms and sort of takes away, it transforms and gives us something better that can serve us better. It takes away anything that does not serve us. Pluto is actually a really great planet. Although some people see it as a negative planet, it's actually one of the best planets in the world. You can think about it as the planet that like is similar to the energy of a caterpillar. And let's say a caterpillar is going through a Pluto transit. Pluto will cause the caterpillar to go through the cocoon stage, because Pluto is going to be the one that observes like, caterpillar, I think you've kind of outgrown being a caterpillar. And the caterpillar's like, what are you talking about? Like, a caterpillar isn't aware that it's going to become a butterfly, you know, it's kind of more subconscious. And Pluto is that subconscious energy that says it's time to transform. And then the caterpillar ends up, you know, creating that cocoon, because subconsciously it's like, that's just what's all of a sudden happening now. And then Pluto goes through this alchemization process, this transformation process, and then Pluto's like, okay, well, I'm going to take away your caterpillarness, but I'm going to give you wings. And then all of a sudden the butterfly is born. So that's what Pluto does. So over the next 20 years, since Pluto is going to be transiting Gemini's 9th house, this is going to create such a major transformation in you within your knowledge, your wisdom, your learning, your ability to serve others, your ability to also, you know, travel, to be in touch with like other cultures, to also learn and to become the teacher. The 9th house is like the teacher archetype. So a lot of my Geminis, you're going to be letting go of imposter syndrome if that's something that you struggle with. You're going to be letting go of this sort of like student phase of your life, although I feel like we're always forever students. I feel like everyone is a forever student and they should always be that way. That's just my opinion. But this is also embracing the teacher. Teachers are also forever students. That's why they have the ability to teach, right? Because they're always learning. Therefore, they always have something to maybe teach others. So as Pluto transits here, it's going to take away imposter syndrome. It's going to be transforming anything that no longer serves you, especially in viewpoints that you've had. If you've been lost in your faith or in your belief about, you know, the world, and maybe you're lost in, what do I really believe in? What do I really stand for? Who am I? Who do I want to become? What do I want to be? If you're ever lost in any of these things, Pluto is going to help you see who you really are. Pluto is going to help you create who you really are. Pluto is going to help you step up into more of the teacher archetype, more of the guide archetype, where you're going to step into like, hey, I'm actually good enough to lead. I'm good enough to stand up and talk about everything that I know, everything that I've learned in my life. So as Pluto begins transiting here, you're really going to be, stepping up into more of that teacher archetype, and Pluto's going to be giving you a gift. So if there's anything that's been holding you back, Pluto will usually give you a gift within anything that you've been struggling with. So anything that you're struggling with in this area, my Geminis, if there's something that you're like, wow, that's been really holding me back, Pluto is going to help take away anything that's been contributing to that fear or to that thing or to whatever's holding you back. Pluto's going to be taking that away, and Pluto will give you a gift to help you now master that area, to help you now become who you need to be and who you've been wanting to step into. So Pluto's going to give major blessings over the next 20 years. And I just want you to know that it's not going to take 20 years for the cycle to complete. It's not going to take you 20 years to receive your blessing. You're going to be receiving this blessing anytime within that 20 years. In fact, you're going to be receiving multiple blessings that help take away all those things that were holding you back, and also bring you the blessings to kind of replace that with, so that you can step up into that, best version of you. So keep that in mind. And being in the sign of Aquarius, I feel like you're going to be learning tons of new information. You're going to be kind of going out into maybe the more woo type of science as well, because that can also be when Pluto is in Aquarius transiting the 9th. It sort of removes any false beliefs that we've had and shows us the truth. It reveals us the truth of who we are and what the world really is and all that kind of stuff. So this is going to be a time of real higher learning and stepping into who you're meant to be as the guide and as the teacher. So that'll be that archetype kind of taking place over there, and that is the beginning of that major 20-year transit that's going to be happening. Then on the 25th of the month, we have our last major transit of the month of March, and that's going to be when Mars moves into Cancer. And this is going to be when Mars is transiting your second house. Mars can cause a little bit of friction whenever it transits an area, because Mars is a planet that has tons of energy. It just pushes so much energy into something. And so when it transits the second house, we may be noticing possible frustration or possible I don't know, just an more intense energy. Being in the second house, this is going to be in your areas of finance, money, abundance, your material possessions, things that you own, things like this. We may notice a lot of intense energy within those things around this time, but Mars brings us this intense energy to help us move to where we want to be, to help us make incredible leaps of progress. That's why it brings such an intense energy with it. Although if we don't know how to use this energy, sometimes that energy can just backfire and just be a bit of an explosion rather than helping us propel. So in order to use this transit wisely, in order to get through it in the best way possible and to use this energy in a great way, is to be aware of the outcome that you want to reach. Be aware of, okay, if any friction does come up, if any kind of intense energy does come up within your material world, within your monetary world, it's time to think about, what is my target? What is the outcome that I want to reach? And let me use this intense energy that's coming up this time to make radical change, to make radical shifts, to focus on shooting all that energy towards your target, towards the outcome that you want to reach. And that's how you can use that Mars energy to your benefit. So that is what we have for the month of March for my beautiful Geminis, suns, moons, and risings. If you are curious about your love life for the month of March, we're going to be going into that next. Okay, so my Geminis, suns, moons, and risings, your love life. The first card that we're going to pull out, Spirit is going to use that card to kind of reveal maybe what we need to know around this time, maybe something that we need to maybe focus on, something that we might be struggling with, something that we may need help with. And this is kind of going to be our first card. So the first thing that came out was Celestial. This may be feeling the magic within your love life. Maybe we need help with feeling the magic. Maybe we need help with creating the magic and noticing the beauty within everything, noticing the higher powers within everything that we experience. And so let's go find out what our solution card may be for this. This card's wanting to come out, Success. Our solution card is realizing the success of every moment and also realizing the successes that we've already created. So when it comes to our love life, what are things that maybe we've wanted in the past that we have achieved, we have gotten, right? Realizing that you still have that power within you. You have that power to achieve those successes again. And even though if some of them may not have turned out, maybe some of them didn't last, we still got what we wanted in the past. So realizing your power, rather than seeing like, oh, look at all the things that didn't work out. Look at all the things that you have achieved and realize that your ability of doing that still exists. You can still reach that success. And also, I feel like there's a message here. We have celestial and success here. There's something big happening in the cosmos in your love life, Gemini. There's something bigger at play within the cosmos. There's something coming up for you, I feel like, that's going to be pretty major over the next year in your love life. And it is something of success, something that you've been wanting to attract or create. There's a divine timing. There's a message of divine timing for your love life. So if you're worried about something when it comes to like timing within your love life, if there's something like we're worried about, maybe we're racing against the clock, maybe we feel like time is against us, maybe we feel like we're wasting time. If you feel that way about your love life, there's something divine happening in the cosmos around this that's bringing you to success. So Spirit is like, don't worry about this. You have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about. There is divine timing. There's celestial magic happening right now. And all we need to do is trust that and to also realize our inner power and to use that to manifest what we've been wanting. But being conscious about what it is that we really want is going to help us. And also, our outcome card is that of confidence. Once we embrace the energy of trust, once we embrace the energy of feeling the success that we've already achieved and knowing that we're going to achieve that again and again and again throughout the rest of our lives, we're going to achieve success and success and success. Success that lasts as well. Being confident in that is going to create this trust, this beautiful trust in the universe, so that you can experience the celestial magic and the success that already exists in your life. That is going to be kind of your month of March, and the embracing of trust, which is going to exude more confidence for you. It's going to build more confidence for you, and it's going to create magic to begin happening in your life. And it's already happening right now. It's realizing that the magic has always been there, and it's about trusting and feeling into that and embracing more of that. And then you're going to have a very confident love life where you're no longer worried about maybe things ending or things going bad, or like worried about the future. The celestial card makes me think about worrying about the future for some reason. Worrying about the future. Realizing that if you embody the emotion of success, if you embody the emotion of success in your love life, you are going to have the confidence and you are going to have the energy of creating that in your life. So that is Spirit's advice for your love life for the month of March, my beautiful Geminis. I hope that resonated in some way, shape, or form for you. I am sending you so much love. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I'm sending you so much love, and I'll see you in my next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Cancers, suns, moons, and risings, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for the month of March. I am so excited to talk about it with you. So starting on the 1st of the month, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries. When Venus conjuncts Jupiter, these are two very, very positive planets. And as they conjunct, they kind of amplify each other. And Jupiter is the planet of abundance, and Venus is the planet of love, beauty, and money. So this is just enhancing all the good things in life. Since this is happening in the zodiac sign of Aries, this is happening in your 10th house. And this is the house of career. It's also the house of the goals that we want to achieve, the achievements that we want to make in our life. It's kind of the house of success and climbing the mountain of achievement, climbing the mountain of the things that we want to achieve and get to in our life. So it encompasses all those different things. As we go through this transit, this is going to be a great time of excelling and propelling you towards what you want. You may notice positive changes around this time that are helping you achieve dreams that you've had, things that you've been wanting to create and get to in your life. This is going to be a transit that's really helping you do that. Even if you notice, even negative energy around the beginning of March or around this time, just know that no matter what it is that you're experiencing, these planets are at play in that moment, and they're helping you reach a very positive outcome no matter what is happening in your life. Although usually when this transit happens, we're having great times. Like most of the time, like 99.9% of the time, we're having a great time. But if you so happen to not have a good time, realize that there is something beautiful happening there that'll create some change in your life that is going to affect you very positively. So this transit creates positive aspects no matter what. So enjoy that in the beginning of March. There's more abundance coming for you. There's more things. You may even notice around this time that for some reason we have more money, or maybe there's opportunities to achieve more or to move forward and progress in one of our bigger life goals. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have a Mercury conjunct Saturn. This is a very productive transit. It really helps us get things done. And this is happening in Aquarius in your 8th house. So this is really helping us get things done, things that we've been maybe putting off, things that have needed to transform in our life. Things that have been needing to transform, things that maybe we've been really putting off or sort of suppressing. This is a time where all of that stuff is going to come up and help us sort of see the truth, help us commit to transforming those things, helping us kind of make the progress and moves that we've been needing to make. This is also a time where maybe we're putting away money. Maybe we also may, this is a time of, even if you have joint finances or joint assets with someone, this could be a time where there's maybe a bigger plan with that, or maybe there's going to be some discussion around how to create the most of whatever investments that you have with people. So if that ends up being a thing for you, that can also come up around that time. Then on that same day, since Mercury is moving really fast through the zodiac signs this month, later on in that evening, we have Mercury then changing signs and moving into the sign of Pisces. And that's going to be when Mercury begins transiting your 9th house. This could be a time where we're excited to learn new things. We're excited to transform. This could also be a time of planning travel or planning like things that we want to expand into, things that maybe we want to talk about with other people, teach other people about. It can just be a time of like expansion and learning and figuring out new things and new information coming to you around that time. It can be a time where we're also being a little bit of a bookworm, or maybe we're like learning things online, even just through like YouTube videos or things like that. That is another transit there. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is happening in your 3rd house. Full moons are closing out old phases, being in your 3rd house. This is an old phase in your routine. So maybe you're kind of like, you're kind of done a certain routine in your life and you're like, okay, I'm ready for something different. I'm ready to level up. I'm ready to move on from that into something new. So something about your schedule is definitely going to be changing. Something about your plans may also change around this time. So maybe we're realizing like, I don't have time for certain things in my life anymore. I'm closing that chapter. Like I'm not doing that anymore. Or we may also be kind of thinking about different things that we want to do and how we can begin adding those into our life as well. Then also on the 7th of the month, we have one of the biggest transits that's going to be affecting everyone. And this is just such a big transit that I'm really excited about. And this is when Saturn moves into Pisces. This will be the beginning of the Saturn return for people who have Saturn in Pisces in their natal astrology. So if you have Saturn in Pisces in your natal astrology, this is the beginning of your Saturn return. Even if you don't have Saturn in Pisces, no matter what sign that's in for you, this is still going to create massive shifts and changes for you as well. So Saturn rarely ever changes signs. It takes Saturn like 3 to 4 years to change a zodiac sign. So this is going to be a very big kind of significant time. And it's going to be entering Pisces for the first time on March 7th. And this is going to be where it begins transiting your 9th house. Saturn creates like a commitment to things. It helps us commit to certain stuff. Being in your 9th house, this is of higher learning, this is of traveling, this is of discovering who we really are, what our purpose is, how we want to guide ourselves through life, what we want to believe, what our big impact in the world is. The 9th house is kind of like the archetype of the teacher. So when Saturn begins moving here, this is sort of teaching us like, what do we really need to know? What do we really want to learn? What kind of guide do we want to be to other people? What do we want to embody? What do we want our purpose to be? The 9th house can show us where some of our purpose is and the impact that we want to make and things like that. So a lot of my Cancers, you may be really into learning. You may get really into wanting to teach, wanting to spread what you know, wanting to maybe discover more about like who you really are and the person that you really want to be. So it's going to be a lot of discovery on those different aspects. This could also be a time where we're really into traveling as well. This can also indicate a really significant time where maybe we've thought a certain way our entire life, or maybe we viewed life a certain way our entire life, because this is very much our perspective as well, the ninth house. And our life views may significantly change around this time. So over the next 3 to 4 years, you may be learning new things, picking up brand new information that you're like, I'm having like a whole shift in myself, in what I know, in what I believe, in who I want to be, and in the information that I want to spread to the rest of the world. So you may be having really big epiphanies over the next 3 to 4 years. And it may even begin this March as Saturn makes its first entry into the zodiac sign of Pisces. So just keep that in mind throughout this time. There may be a lot of really deep transformations that you get, a lot of like deeper new realizations that really help you realize the truth, realize your own truth. So that is the transit we're going to have there. And then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus. Venus moving into Taurus is going to be transiting your 11th house. And this could just be where we're really celebrating. We're really connecting deeply with someone as well. The 11th house can indicate other people in our life. It can indicate networking, the rest of the world. And when Venus moves here, there could be like new things that we feel like sharing, emotions that we feel like sharing, and this is a really positive time. There could even be a deep connection that we're making with someone where we're really connecting emotionally on a particular topic. We're feeling really good. Things are exciting. This could also be where we get invited to something, or another opportunity shows up for us that we're excited about. Maybe a new hobby comes up for us around that time. Then on the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries. This is when Mercury is going to be transiting and moving through your 10th house. And this is where we get also really productive again. There's different things that we really want to achieve. There may be a vision that we have. And this is going to be where we're, picking up the books that we need in order to learn this thing. This is going to be where the information begins presenting itself. This can also be where all of a sudden we have a to-do list and we have all the energy to actually get all of it done. So Mercury really creates this more fast-paced energy, and even if there's a lot of things to get done, Mercury transiting the 10th really helps us achieve all those things so that we can get to the destination that we want to get to. So that's going to be a really productive time throughout the rest of the month of March. So from the 18th and beyond, it's going to be a really productive time for my Cancers. Then on the 20th, we have the sun moving into Aries. That's going to be our spring equinox. That's when the sun begins transiting your 10th house as well, which just highlights the ability to really achieve what you want. It highlights the overabundance of energy. We may have like a great abundance of energy around this time to actually achieve like bigger things that we're like, I'm not usually this productive, but hello, I am very productive right now. So that's also a thing that will be happening around that time. We also have our new moon the very next day, the new moon in Aries, which is also the 10th house. So that's a new like productive cycle that's opening for you. A new cycle where we're like, I'm just going to achieve what I want. I have a vision. I have the energy to get there. I'm just going to commit to it, and I'm just going to do it. Then on the 23rd, we have our other really major transit of the month of March. This is such a big transit. This is the slowest planet in all of astrology. This is talking about Pluto. Pluto's going to be moving signs. It only moves signs like once every 20 years basically. And it's going to be moving into Aquarius. It's been in Capricorn since 2008, and it's going to begin its first entry into Aquarius on the 23rd of March. And that's going to be when Pluto begins transiting your 8th house. Pluto is the planet of deep transformations, and a lot of the times it's subconscious. A lot of the times it's going to be transforming things that we didn't even realize were no longer serving us, and Pluto helps us transform that so that we can become something even greater. Pluto always gives a gift after it takes away things that are no longer serving us. It always gives us a gift afterwards. So being in your 8th house, this is going to be deep transformations of things that maybe we've not wanted to deal with for a long time. This could be family things that we didn't want to deal with for a long time. This could be relationship things that we didn't want to deal with for a long time. This could be anything under the sun, things that maybe we've repressed that we just haven't brought up for a long time. Pluto is going to help you transform those things, and it's also going to bring with it a gift for you. And this transit's going to be happening over the next 20 years. Pluto's going to be here for a long time. Pluto's going to be transiting your 8th house until 2044. So this is going to be a really big time of being able to transform pretty much anything in your life. The 8th house is really deep stuff. It also helps us transform our finances. So if there's any financial goals that you've been wanting to get to, this could be a really major time of transforming your finances. This could even be a time where, let's say, like our partner gets a brand new job and it just increases our assets through, you know, that other person. And this transit's going to be happening over the next 20 years. So a lot of things can happen within 20 years, but since the 8th house is also joint assets, it can also indicate that maybe we end up receiving a lot because maybe, again, maybe our partner gets a huge promotion in their job and maybe they're like, you know what, let's go ahead and move into a brand new house. Let's get a bigger one. Let's do something great here and let's upgrade. So there's going to be a lot of upgrades in your life. There's going to be a lot of gifts happening. And, you know, let's say Pluto's that kind of planet where it'll also take something away before it gives us a gift. So for example, maybe that could indicate like our partner loses their job, but because of that, maybe they get this other one that's like a million times better and it ends up being this huge blessing. Pluto does things like that. And I'm not saying that that's going to be the exact thing that happens for you, but Pluto brings blessings that are similar to that. Being in the 8th house, this will transform your finances. It will transform joint assets that you have with other people. It will transform deeper emotional things that maybe we've repressed for a long time. It's going to transform so many aspects of your life and help us realize what it is that we really deserve and help us realize, you know, how we can be better, how we can create better circumstances for ourselves. So that's going to be a transit happening up until 2044, and there's going to be a lot of major things that may happen and shift and change for you during that time. Then on the 25th, we have our last major transit for the month of March, and that's going to be when Mars moves into Cancer. So obviously Cancer is your zodiac sign, so this is going to be when Mars begins transiting your first house. Mars can create a very intense energy behind it, but it's also a very positive thing. So we're going to be talking about how to navigate this energy so that you can make the most of this time. So whenever we have Mars transiting any area, it brings with it a lot of energy, but it can also create like an intense time, and it can also create some friction depending on how we utilize it. Being in your first house, this could be where we're feeling anxious. We may have a buildup of energy. We may have things that we personally are getting frustrated with. But if so, this is only happening because Mars brings with it so much energy to the point where it's like it can make us boil up, right? Especially since you're a water sign. You have Cancer within your chart. So this is all that water sign. Mars can make us boil a little bit when it brings with it so much fire energy. So when this happens, if you're noticing a bit of a boiling energy, or if you're noticing a bit of an intense energy through the rest of March, through that end period of March, this is helping us realize that Mars always comes to help us give energy to shoot for a target that we want to reach or a goal that we want to achieve. Mars brings us the energy to do that. But sometimes if we're not conscious of what that goal is and we're just allowing the heat of it to kind of make us boil, we're not really utilizing that energy to get ahead. Mars can help us shoot ahead and shoot forward and take action in a big leap, right? But again, if we're not utilizing that energy, it'll kind of just sit there and just make us boil. But instead, like, let's make it shoot us off into a new world. Let's make it alchemize us so that we can get to our target. And the way that we can do that is by focusing. Whenever you're feeling the boil, ask yourself, what do I want my outcome to be in this moment? What currently is making me feel this heat? And where do I want to be instead? What do I want to get to instead? What do I want to feel instead? Think about that target and let that energy be your motivation to achieve that. Let that energy come up to help you move and create big changes, to help you leap to where you actually want to go, to get to the target that you actually want to hit. So that is what we have for my Cancers, suns, moons, and risings for your astrology for the month of March. If you are curious about your love life, let's go ahead and hop right into talking about your love life. All right, so I have my tarot cards, or not my tarot cards, these are some oracle cards. The first card that we're gonna pull is the card that's gonna represent maybe the thing that Spirit wants to talk about, anything that we might be currently struggling with, that we may need help with, and we're also gonna be getting a solution card and an outcome card. So the first card's gonna represent what Spirit kind of maybe wants to bring up about our love life. Maybe kind of the theme or what we're going to be going through, what we maybe currently need advice on, things like that. Oh, we have Celestial. This one came up literally for Gemini. That's wild. So this can be a card that is indicating that we feel like we're racing against time, or that we're worried about our future. We're worried about, like, what if things change? What if things don't change? What if things, like, what's going to happen? What is my future going to be? We might be worried about something within our love life when this card shows up. So let's go ahead and see what our solution card is. Let's see what Spirit says our solution card is for our love life when we feel worried about change or the lack of change. Let's see, what does Spirit have to say about this? We have nature, realizing the natural cycles of life. Realizing that everything has a natural cycle. Realizing that the celestial shifts, the celestial changes that may be going on, that's a natural thing. And there's also divine timing within things. There's seasons. So even if we're going through a different season in our love life right now, even if we're going through a winter period where things feel like they're frozen and they're not really moving, this is a season of life. Nature goes through seasons. And so Spirit really wants to talk about the seasons of your love life. There's going to be times where things don't change. And there's also going to be times where things drastically change. In spring, that's when we can plant new seeds. That's when they get watered, right? That's when we're watering the new seeds and we're planting them. And then in the summertime, that's when those seeds begin growing. Those plants begin sprouting, those new ideas, the things that we've been wanting to manifest, that's when those begin sprouting and growing. And then the fall is the harvest time. That's when we get to harvest all the fruits of our labor. And then we go through another winter period where that's when we reflect. We're supposed to pause to reflect on the entire last season. And we're like, what went well? What didn't go well? What do I need to maybe learn and change for the next season so that I can get the harvest that I really want to, right? So realizing these seasons of nature also within your love life. What do we maybe need to reflect on and learn from? What seeds do we want to plant? How can we water those so that they grow the most efficiently? And how do we nurture them so that they grow the most efficiently during the summer? And then how do we harvest the most out of it during the fall season? And we also have our outcome card being focus. This will help us get our focus towards what we want to get it to rather than constantly worrying. The outcome card is so that we're focused on what really matters. The outcome card of realizing the seasons of our love life, realizing the different aspects of our love life, this is going to help us focus on what matters. Focusing on what do my seeds need so that they can sprout and blossom and give me the most fruit? How do I focus on what needs to be done? How do I focus on the outcome that I really want rather than worrying about what I don't want? If we're looking at a plant that we need to take care of and we're constantly focused on like what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? And look at all the things that's not so good about it. Look at all the things that's not so good about it. But then we're not doing anything to change that, and we're not thinking about the potential that it could be. Without focusing on the potential that it could be, we're not going to know how to fix the problem that we may be facing. So rather than looking at a plant being like, there's bugs on it. There's literally bugs on it. There's bugs on it. There's bugs on it. They're eating the leaves. They're literally eating the leaves. But if we don't also focus on the potential that the plant could be, the fact that the plant also could be healthy and not have bugs, we're not going to see the solution. We're not going to know what to do. So it's about, acknowledging that there may be something that we need to work on. There may be something that's not the way we currently want it to be, but then also focusing on what we do want it to be. And then realizing that in doing that, that's going to be where we can bridge the two together. We can bridge that gap and then realize what we need to do to get to the outcome we want. Of course, we need to remove the bugs. How do I do that? Maybe there's a solution. Maybe there's a literal neem oil type of solution that we can spray on the plants. So that is basically what Spirit has to say about your love life. And then your focus is going to be on the abundance. Your focus is going to be on the positivity. Your focus is going to bring towards you the good harvest of your love life. So that is what Spirit wanted to bring up today for your love life through the month of March, and that is the advice they wanted to provide for my Cancers. So it does look like you're going to be switching your focus in the month of March so that you can focus on amplifying what you want and also find any solutions to whatever it is that you may be currently facing in your life and to be able to create those solutions. So that's what's going to be happening through the month of March for my Cancers, suns, moons, and risings. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising signs to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you so much love, and I hope to see you in my next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Leos, and welcome to your part of the zodiac sign prediction for the month of March of 2023. Let's talk about what is happening for you through these major transits that we have going on through the month. So on the first of the month, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries, which is in your 9th house. Venus conjunct Jupiter, both of these planets are so positive, and when they conjunct each other, it just creates fireworks of like great, beautiful energy. Being in your 9th house, this is going to create a time of like realizing maybe what you really want in life. This could also be having great epiphanies on your belief systems, especially when it comes to love, when it comes to abundance, when it comes to expansion, and how you can really begin to embody and create more love within your life. There could be things that you're even thinking about during this time. There could even be spontaneous things coming up just to make us feel like more love and inviting more love within our life. So it's going to be amazing, beautiful first transit that we have of the month, and that is going to carry with it some beautiful energy. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn being in the sign of Aquarius. This is in your 7th house. Mercury conjunct Saturn creates a very productive kind of energy. Being in your 7th house, there could be things happening around this time, discussions or plans that we're making with our partner or with significant other people in our life that we're thinking about, what do we really want to commit to in the long term? What do we really want to create in the long term? There could be like special plans that you're making also around this time, like maybe travel plans, maybe just plans about you and the special people in your life and like what you're going to kind of create in the future there. And there could also just be like productivity in general. Maybe we're also getting assistance and help from some important people in our life to kind of create more productivity and to create, things that we just need and want to get done, and how we can actually do that, and how it can create a beautiful balance in our life where we feel like we're moving forward and creating better times for ourselves. Also, one other thing, it can also bring up important discussions in our love life or within our really close friend group, or anybody that you're really close to, anybody you have a close relationship with. It can bring up some important discussions around that time too, so that we can like iron things out, flatten things out, figure things out, and this is going to create a lot more of an even playing field for your future. Then also on that same day, since Mercury is moving very fast, later that evening, Mercury is going to move into the sign of Pisces. And that's going to now be where Mercury begins transiting your 8th house. This is going to be a time of kind of planning things that maybe just, again, kind of need to get done. And it can also be a time where deeper things that maybe we've been putting off for a while are now able to be communicated, even if it's things that you haven't really figured out, because the 8th house can kind of be things that maybe have been a little bit confusing for us, or maybe have been kind of living below the surface that we haven't really had time to fully really think about. And during this time, as Mercury transits this area, it's going to help us sort of bring things out. It's going to help us reflect and think about, what is it that I really need to figure out this month? What is it that I maybe need to transform in my life? What are some internal feelings that I have that maybe it's time for me to bring them up and figure them out? Different questions that you might have, different things that you need to figure out in your life, that's going to be figured out around this time as well. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is going to be in your 2nd house. The full moons close out old chapters. Being in Virgo in the 2nd house, this is closing out an old financial chapter for you. If we've been overspending our money, if we haven't been focusing properly on our money, this is going to help us end those cycles. You are realizing that maybe there's certain things in my future that I really need to save for. Maybe there's certain things in my future that I should pay more attention to, that I can maybe begin to improve. And this is overall just improvements, but we need to close out old habits and old chapters so that we can actually create these future positive improvements moving forward. So there could be like an ending of like an old financial phase for you around this time that can really benefit your future. On that same day, we also have a huge transit happening, which is Saturn moving into Pisces. This is going to be its first entry into the sign of Pisces, and this marks the Saturn return of a lot of people who have Saturn natally in Pisces. So in your natal astrology, if you have Saturn in Pisces, this marks the beginning of your Saturn return. Although this is still affecting everyone, even if it's not your Saturn return, no matter what sign you have Saturn in, this is still going to be affecting you in a major way. So Saturn making its first entry into Pisces, this is going to be when Saturn begins transiting your 8th house. So this is the house of endings and beginnings. It's the house of joint assets. It's the house of deeper inner, like subconscious, maybe feelings, things that are kind of happening below the surface in our subconscious. It can also indicate like sex and passion and things like that. So Saturn now going to be transiting this area. It's going to be transiting this area for my Leos for the next 3 to 4 years. And so this is going to be asking us, what are we really committed to? We may also notice around this time, some of my Leos, you may be getting married, you may be getting engaged, you may be moving in with your partner, because this is the time of joint assets and the time of commitments. So this could be a time where we're making deeper commitments and joining our assets with somebody, or could even be when we make business partnerships. So there could be a business partnership you're making at this time, because that's joint assets as well. So it's committing to these things that are maybe joining our assets to another person, to a business entity, to another thing, and kind of committing in those areas. It can also be a time where we're committed to transforming old habits, because the 8th house is hugely about transformations. We may be committed to ending a bad habit that we've had. We may make some deep promises and some deep changes that we're going to begin working on around this time as well. And this transit, again, is going to be taking place over the next 3 to 4 years. So these are things that you're going to see popping up and happening, and changes that are going to be happening around this time in that area over the next 3 to 4 years. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus, which is going to be when Venus begins transiting your 10th house. This is going to be a very positive transit. This can be when more money is coming in. We feel like we're saving our money. We feel like we're reaching different goals that we've created for ourselves. Venus is the planet of love, beauty, and money. Being in the sign of Taurus in your 10th house, the 10th house is the mountains that we're climbing, the things that we want to achieve in our future. So that's why it can be heavily associated to career. It can be heavily associated to money, to anything that you are achieving, whether that be in any aspect of life. What are you focused on achieving, right? So Venus going through here is going to help us invest our time, our energy, our money into those areas that are going to have a positive outcome. This is also a time where we are noticing more success. There could be more opportunities or ideas coming through for us around this time. This can also be where certain manifestations that we've been working on achieving begin flowing into our life as well, or at least we're seeing some good progress on them. So that is another thing that's happening around mid-March. Then on the 18th, we have Mercury changing signs again. Now it's moving into the sign of Aries, which is going to be where it transits your 9th house. As Mercury begins transiting the 9th, this is going to be where we start to define more of our beliefs. We may also be learning new things. This could also be where we're planning travel, or we're planning some form of expansion in our life, whether that be a small expansion, such as like, I really want to expand out and try something new, or I really want to expand out and, it could be on a major level, such as I really want to expand out and live somewhere new. And maybe we're planning for that, right? So Mercury transiting the 9th can bring in all these sorts of new ideas, new energies of expansion, and moving into new realms within our internal world and within our external world. Then on the 20th, we have our spring equinox, which is when the sun moves into Aries. That's going to be when the sun moves into the 9th. So this is going to also bring out that expansive kind of energy. Then on the very next day, we have our new moon happening in Aries as well, which is a new cycle. A new cycle happening in your 9th house. This is a time where you are going to feel like you want to open up a new chapter of your life. This is a new chapter where we're like, I'm committing to a new philosophy of life. I'm committing to a new perspective of life. I'm committing to just inviting in new energy, a new cycle in general. You may also be learning new things at this time that gives you a new perspective of life as well. So you may notice that around the 21st of March. Then on the 23rd, we have Pluto changing signs as well, which is another massive, major transit that we're going to be having. So Pluto is going to be moving into the sign of Aquarius. It's been in Capricorn since 2008. And this new transit, Pluto is going to be in Aquarius until 2044. So this is going to be affecting our energy up until 2044. This is when Pluto is going to enter your 7th house. This is going to create major transformations in your relationships. Major transformations, okay? So Pluto, Some people look at Pluto as more of a malefic planet, but it's actually a very positive planet. So Pluto is the planet that it will take away anything that's no longer serving us, but it will also replace it. Pluto always replaces it, and it replaces with something that does serve us. So over these next 20 years, as Pluto's transiting your 7th house, you're going to notice deep transformations around your relationships. This is anything as close as intimate relationships or intimate friendships, so people that we're just really close to in general. And you'll notice that it's time to let go of people that are no longer serving us. It's time for us to let go of that. And even if we're not ready to let go, Pluto forces us to let go of those things that are no longer serving us. And it also reveals truth behind relationships. What are people's actual truths behind certain relationships that we have? Are there certain friends who are actually not necessarily our friends? Or are there certain people in our life that, you know, just they came for a time, but maybe it's their time to move on and maybe we've changed, right? So Pluto's going to be showing us who we really should have in our life and who's going to be really beneficial for us. And it's also going to help you transform relationship patterns. So over the next 20 years, if you've had and struggled with old relationship patterns in the past, this is a time where Pluto is going to help you fix those things. And Pluto is going to help take away old relationship patterns that it's just no longer helping us to, you know, experience those things. And if we have certain patterns in relationships that aren't very good, Pluto is going to help us highlight that so that we can take that away. And Pluto, as I said earlier, always brings us a gift. It always replaces anything that it takes away from our life. It'll always replace it with something better and more meant for us. So you will notice beautiful, positive things coming into your life, especially in the realm of relationships. You're going to notice positive relationships coming into your life, positive transformations in some of your relationships as well, because Pluto doesn't always necessarily just take things away. It can also transform things. So if we've had a difficulty in any of our relationships, if we've had certain patterns in relationships, Pluto can also just help us naturally transform those things to be things that we're actually really good at, things that serve us, things that serve our highest and greatest good. So Pluto's going to be helping us transform all of those areas. And again, it's going to be transiting there for 20 years. So be prepared, get ready, and enjoy the transformations that will be happening in that area, because they always are positive, even when we don't recognize it in the moment. So then that brings us to our last major transit of the month of March, which is Mars moving into Cancer. This is when Mars is going to be transiting your 12th house. Mars comes with it a lot of energy, so sometimes it can make us feel friction, sometimes it can make us feel a lot of intensity in that moment. But that's actually Mars's gift. It gives us a lot of energy because Mars's gift is giving us the energy to make leaps forward. But sometimes we're not making the leap forward and we're just kind of like, you know, not seeing the opportunity in the moment. It can end up creating friction or an intensity in that moment. And so for my Leo, since this is happening in your 12th house, if you notice any friction or intensity within your mind, within your spirit, within your soul, anytime at the end of March, realize that this is Saturn's gift, okay? Or not Saturn, this is Mars's gift. Mars is giving you the gift to leap forward in some way, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Okay, so being in that 12th house, this is actually teaching you a deep lesson mentally. So anytime that you notice any anxiety or friction or anything like that coming up, this is Mars's opportunity saying, hey, what outcome do you want to get to? Because if you focus on that outcome and you take all of this beautiful energy that I'm giving you and you use it to make a leap forward in the right direction, this will actually be positive for you. So think about, what is the outcome I want to reach? Do I want to reach an outcome of positivity? Do I want to reach an outcome of love? What is it that I want to actually reach? And then when you can actually bring your focus towards that and make that conscious, then you can use all of that, buildup of energy, and you can use it to make that leap forward. You can use it to be that driving force that pushes you in the direction of your target, of what you actually want the outcome to be. So Mars will help you do that. So using the awareness of that transit through the end of March will help you create the more beneficial outcomes of the Mars transit. So those are all of the transits that are happening for my beautiful Leos for the month of March. If you are now curious about your love life, we're going to be choosing 3 cards or whatever ends up coming out. But the 3 cards are going to represent, the first one's going to represent maybe what we need to focus on in the month of March, maybe what's been currently, maybe, you know, what we may be struggling with within our love life that Spirit wants to speak about. So we're going to ask Spirit to kind of show us what Spirit wants to talk about for your love life for the month of March. Then the second card's going to be the solution, and then the third card's going to be the outcome. So let's see what Spirit has to say, what Spirit wants to say about your love life for my Leos, suns, moons, and risings. Let's see here. What does Spirit have to say for my Leos, suns, moons, and risings love life in March? Okay, our first card is clarity. So sometimes we might feel a little bit lost in our love life. Sometimes we might feel like if it's not clear, if I don't fully know what the other person is thinking, or if I don't fully know what it is that I want, or if I'm going through a confusing time, like that might be a little bit scary, that might cause a bit of anxiety, that might cause a bit of friction. You know, we might be struggling with being clear on something. Maybe we have a hard time being clear with our communication. Maybe we have a hard time being clear on what we want or what somebody else wants, or all of that. And our solution to that, we have the mindful card. Being mindful. Sit with it in your mind, but be calm about it, right? So sometimes when we are lost or we're not clear on something, we have a tendency to overthink. We have a tendency to think about the worst possible outcome, rather than thinking about what are the potentials here? What are the good ways of seeing this? What are the good perspectives to have? How can I maybe communicate more to gain that clarity, to gain the understanding? And the important thing to remember here is that we must first seek to understand in order to be understood. Sometimes we get this backwards and we always feel like we need to over-explain, we need to over-validate, right, ourselves in order to feel like we're understood. But that a lot of the times does not work. We must first seek to understand the outside, the other people involved. We must first seek to understand the situation or the other person before we can be understood. Because once we understand the external, we will know better where our emotions are standing and where they're stemming from, and then we're better able to explain it to the other person who may have a different perspective. Because in knowing their perspective, we then have the ability to explain ourselves from their perspective to create the understanding. So in all situations, we must first seek to understand before we can ever be understood. Okay, so being mindful. That's one of Spirit's advices for the month of March. Just being mindful. Anytime that you feel unclear, anytime that you feel anything, anytime that you're seeking more clarity, just being mindful. Be mindful. Be at peace. Maybe seek to understand the situation even in yourself if other people are not involved. Maybe just spending more time to reflect, being mindful about what you're thinking about. Like, are we allowing ourselves to spiral into bad thoughts? Or are we being productive and asking ourselves productive questions? The questions we ask ourselves also predispose us to the answers our mind gives us. So for example, if we're going through a really confusing time, and let's say we're asking ourselves the questions of like, why am I so confused? Why am I this? Why am I that? Why is this happening to me? Why does this pattern even exist? Like, what? You know, if we're asking ourselves these kind of questions, we predispose ourselves to finding answers to things that are not very productive. So if we're asking ourselves like, why am I always so confused? We're finding an answer to why we're always so confused, but like maybe that's not the most productive answer for that moment, because maybe we're going to be like, I'm so confused because I just always choose to say the wrong thing, or people always just treat me bad. And is that really productive? The quality of questions we ask ourselves in those moments of needing clarity are very important. So when we ask ourselves a question more along the lines of like, how can I make this situation better? How can I find clarity? How can I figure out what I want? How can I figure out what somebody else wants? How can I figure out maybe why I keep running into this situation? these types of questions predispose us to answers that are actually going to help us rather than just hold us back more and bring us into more of a spiral of negativity. So being mindful. What questions are you asking yourselves? How are we treating other people in times of our maybe lack of clarity, right? Being mindful of these situations, being mindful of how we are reacting out of maybe our fears or our lack. Our outcome cards are fairy tale, beginning to embrace the potentials and the more fairy tale energies of like, oh my goodness, everything is back to perfection. Everything is back to the beauty of everything, right? And realizing that there's gorgeous energy everywhere. We also have evolve. So another one of the outcome cards that came out is evolve. We're going to be so much more evolved as we work through this and as we kind of discover these different things within our love life. It's going to help us evolve, and evolve out of patterns is something that I'm majorly hearing, so that we're not running into the same old patterns over and over again. We also have imagine. It's going to help us imagine a much better world, having a much better perspective, and to also think about things outside of the box, things that we may have not realized before. It's going to help our mind expand outside of the box that maybe it's been in prior, right? So it'll help you have a more expansive mind and to see the beauty in things that are around you. So my Leos, suns, moons, and risings, that is what we have for your love life for the month of March. That is what Spirit wanted to speak on today, to bring us more clarity, more understanding, and more ease within our love life through the month of March. It just looks like things are going to become more mindful for you through the month as we realize these things. Everything is going to evolve in your love life. Things are going to even start to create more of a fantasy around you, like a positive fantasy, because we have that fairy tale card. So it's going to help you achieve things that maybe you thought were impossible prior in your love life, things that you used to think were impossible, things that you used to think that only happens in fairy tales. I feel like you're going to be realizing how to actually achieve those things through the month of March to help you get to more of the love life that you really truly deserve. So my Leo, suns, moons, and risings, I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you all so much love, and I hope to see you in my next video. Bye! All right, so my Virgos, suns, moons, and risings, welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. Let's get into all of these major transits that are happening. So on the 1st of March, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Venus conjunct Jupiter is such a positive transit because Venus is such a positive planet, and Jupiter is such a positive planet. They're both about abundance, and Venus is love, beauty, and money. And so these two planets coming together is really expansive, really loving. It's a very positive energy. It can bring people together. It can make us feel really good. And this is happening right in your 8th house. So anything that's sort of been maybe weighing on you, things that have been happening maybe below the surface, more subconscious for us, things that maybe need to transform, things that are just, more under the surface. These things are going to be coming up and alchemizing, transforming, becoming something that's much more lighter. So if you've been struggling with anything mentally, if you've been going through anything in your life that's been a little bit kind of more difficult or harder to face, this energy is going to be alchemizing that. So all of a sudden we see it in a lighter way. All of a sudden we're looking at things and we're like, you know what? That's not so bad. There's maybe a positive in this. I think this is maybe actually going to be a positive thing. And a lot of the times Venus and Jupiter will help bring out positivity in whatever it is that we're going through. And this can also be a time, since it is happening in your 8th house, this can be a time where there may be more money coming in for us. There may be someone that we're meeting that maybe there's a connection and we're like, oh, like maybe that's going to enhance our finances somehow. Like maybe there's going to be a business partner coming into our life, for example, or maybe there's going to be a friend that we're talking to that's like, oh, I know this job opening that's like over there. Or, maybe we're also investing our money somewhere, because the 8th house can also talk about investing our money into something that's going to pay off in the future. So those things can take place around that time as well. And then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. This is happening in the zodiac sign of Aquarius, which is affecting your 6th house. When these two planets conjunct, it creates a lot of productivity, especially being in the 6th house. This is a time where we're really getting stuff done. If we've been putting stuff on the back burner, if we've been, waiting to complete things, if our schedule has been, maybe we're not meeting our expectations, or maybe we've been behind on certain things that we've been wanting to incorporate into our schedule. When Venus conjuncts Saturn, this makes us committed. This makes us get things done. This brings out the energy of like, I am forward focused. I am going to get this done. I'm going to do this. And it really helps us be productive. And it also helps us make a plan for our finances, for our future. And it helps us sort of maybe think about ways where we need to create positive boundaries for ourselves to actually help us stay on track with what we need to stay on track with. Then later on that same day, since Mercury is moving really fast through the month of March, we're going to have Mercury later on that evening moving into the sign of Pisces. So it's going to change signs. And when it moves into Pisces, this is going to be where Mercury begins transiting your 7th house. Whenever Mercury transits here, it can introduce us to new people that we're talking to. It can enhance a friendship that we have. It can enhance a romantic partnership that we have. It can also be when we start talking to someone that we're interested in. If we're single and we're looking, you know, it can indicate that there's a good kind of time for that in our life. We might be meeting somebody, or again, this could also just be people that you already know in your life that you are communicating more with, you're hanging out more with, you're connecting on a deeper level with them. And so that's going to be, you know, kind of in the beginning of March there, we're going to have that energy. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is happening, of course, in your first house, in your sign. And the full moons are closing out old chapters, closing out old phases. So there's an aspect of you that you're ready to close out an old chapter of yourself. You're ready to not ever like go down the same road anymore. You're like, I've explored that road enough. I'm ready for something new. I'm ready to create a new path for myself. I'm ready to invite in new experiences. And so the full moon is going to help us close out old chapters and aspects of ourselves. Then also on that same day, we have one of our most major transits of the month, which is going to be Saturn changing signs. Saturn takes years to change signs. And it's going to be in this new sign for about 3 to 4 years. So this is going to start a brand new 3 to 4 year cycle for all my Virgos. And this can also indicate, if you have Saturn in Pisces natally, this would be the beginning of your Saturn return. So if you do have Saturn in Pisces in your natal astrology, this marks the beginning of your Saturn return, which is going to take place for the next 3 to 4 years. Even if it's not your Saturn return, even if it's just another regular transit for you, it's still going to make a big impact and change and shift a lot of things within your life. So Saturn was in Aquarius for the past few years, and now it's going to be transiting your 7th house in the sign of Pisces. Saturn, when it starts to transit this area, this is bringing a focus to your relationships, to the people that are in your life. So Saturn is going to help us see, like, what do we need to commit to in relationships? What do we need to focus on within relationships? Who are the people that we really want to commit to and keep in our life versus who do we maybe not really want so much anymore? Some of you may notice that there's some relationships that aren't in your life anymore, and there's a reason behind that. And a lot of my Virgos, you're going to be doing huge learning within relationships. And Saturn is a really positive planet, although it can be like really, you know, stern in its lessons. So Saturn is going to really help us see our worth, because Saturn in the 7th house helps us see our worth. It also helps us see the worth of others and who is equal to us versus who is not equal. So if in the past you've had relationships with people that have not been equal to you, you're going to notice that those people are not so much in your life anymore, and those people have left your life. This is a time of realizing your worth and to see other people's worth as well, so that you can see who's equal to you. And it's not a thing of like a hierarchy comparison by any means. Like, I don't want to make it seem that way, because everyone has tons of worth. Absolutely everyone does. But everyone, you know, is unique in their own way. And this is about finding people that are equal to you, that are a good match for you, that are on the same page as you versus not on the same page. So any relationships that have not been on the same page, that have not been equal to us, we'll notice that those relationships are going away. And the relationships that are equal to us, the relationships that are on the same page, those are going to get much, much stronger at this time. Saturn really makes things very strong. So the relationships that, again, are on the same page as you, you're going to notice that those relationships really solidify around this time. Some of my Virgos over the next 3 to 4 years, you may be getting engaged, you may be getting married, you may be just committing further with a partner. Again, that's if they're on the same page as you. If they are, you're going to notice a lot of really stronger commitments happening here. If you are single, this is a time where you're going to realize your worth, what you really deserve. And this is going to be a time where you start setting really healthy boundaries in your relationships. This is going to be a time, because Saturn always teaches us boundaries. This is a time where we realize, what boundaries do I need to create in my relationships so that people treat me right, so that I actually get the outcome that I want and things stay on the right path and don't veer off into directions that make me uncomfortable or that cause difficulty, right? So this is going to help us stay on track. It's going to help us stay on the same page with the relationships that are, good for us and the relationships that are a good match for us. So it's going to really help all of that begin happening over the next 3 to 4 years for my Virgos. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus. This is going to be where Venus is transiting your 9th. And this is going to be a time of like self-enhancement. This is also a time of like renewing our faith in the world, renewing our faith in ourselves and what we're capable of, and helping us kind of like step into a bigger role of realizing how we maybe want to expand ourselves financially, within our environment, and within our love as well. Then on the 18th, we have Mercury moving into Aries. This is going to be where Mercury begins transiting the 8th house for you. So this can be where conversations come up or ideas or thoughts come up that have maybe been kind of sitting below the surface, that are ready to kind of sprout, that are ready to come up, that are ready to be communicated, that are ready to be discussed. This can also be where we're making certain plans financially for ourselves, or where we even are getting new ideas or different learning around finances as well. Then on the 20th, we have our spring equinox, which is when the sun moves into Aries, which is going to be your 8th house as well. And so this is just going to highlight more of the financial world for my Virgos, and also just kind of coming up with those like deeper things that maybe we've just needed to learn or work on, or bring focus to, so that we can transform things for the better. The 8th house is such a house of transformation, and this is really helping us create positive transformation in our life. On that next day, we have our new moon in Aries, which is the new cycle beginning within that 8th house energy. So this is a new cycle financially. This is a new cycle within deep transformations that you're going to be making for yourself, especially things that have been needing to change for a while that maybe we've been putting off, and we're like, I'll change that sometime, or I'll focus on that sometime, but for now, no. Like, this is going to help us bring focus to that so we can actually transform them, and they're no longer just hiding in the closet. They're no longer just waiting on the back burner. So it's going to help us kind of step into that new phase. Then on the 23rd, we have our other really major transit of the month, which is going to be Pluto shifting signs. This is such a wildly big transit, and this is a transit that's going to be lasting for the next 20 years. It's going to stay here. Pluto's going to be staying in this new sign until 2044. So it makes its first entry into Aquarius on March 23rd, and this is going to be where Pluto begins transiting your 6th house. Pluto is the planet of like endings and beginnings, the planet of transformations, and we have a lot of transformative energy for my Virgos through the month of March. So the month of March is going to be heavily focused on good transformations in your life that'll help lead you to where you're meant to be. Pluto, a lot of people look at Pluto as a malefic planet, and I personally do not. I love the energies of Pluto. The reason being is because Pluto, the only things that it ever takes away from our life, because it does usually kind of take things out of our life or transform them in some way, it always does this to the things that no longer serve us. If there's anything that's no longer serving you, if there's anything that's like not necessarily the best for you, Pluto takes it away. Pluto's like, no, we're either going to transform it or it's gone. Like, Pluto just takes those things away. Being in your 6th house, this is things around work that aren't really serving you. This is things around, how you give to other people, your service to others. Like, are we being of service to others constantly with nothing in return? Because if so, Pluto's like, there's an end to that happening. We're not doing that anymore. And this is going to transform anything that's maybe holding you back in your commitments to work or to health, to fitness, to diet. Anything around your health is going to transform around this time for the better. It's taking away things that no longer serve you. And Pluto always gives a gift. Anything that it takes away or anything that it transforms, it brings us a gift. It brings us something to replace that with, that is positive, that is going to serve us. So being in your 6th house, this is where we're going to notice major transformations, possibly within our career over the next 20 years. We're going to notice major transformations within our environment over the next 20 years, because the 6th house is also environment. We may notice big transformations within our health through the next 20 years. Maybe we're going to get committed to a health plan, for example. Maybe we're going to let go of eating sugar. Maybe we're going to let go of like eating too many carbs, or like whatever it is that maybe you need to focus on. Pluto's going to help you realize what that is and help you transform that. But it will always bring you a gift to anything that it takes away from your life. It will bring you a gift of something that really serves you, something that really helps you and will transform. So through the next 20 years, my Virgos, you're going to be getting gifts within your career. Beautiful miracles within your career. You're going to be getting miracles within your health. You're going to be getting miracles within your time, your schedule, your environment, things like that, and also within your money. So be ready, be prepared, because Pluto brings with it a very transformative energy. Then on the 25th of the month, we have our last major transit of the month. We have Mars moving into Cancer. This is going to be a transit that happens in your 11th house. And one thing I have to say about Mars is, like, it brings with it, excuse me, I'm like burping. It brings with it a really intense energy. Mars is like the planet of action, and it's the planet of the warrior archetype, and it's just a lot of like intense energy because it is the planet of action. It's the planet of taking leaps forward. And so sometimes when we're not actually taking leaps forward and we're not really focused on where we're going, sometimes that energy can kind of just build up and create an intensity that's not really moving anywhere. And when we have that intensity, it kind of just like makes things boil a little bit. It can cause friction. And so being in your 11th house, this may deal with other people, for example, our friends, people that we're networking with, scheduled events that we have for our future, different things that deal with the world. This could be travel even. And when Mars is here, if we're not focusing on what we want the outcome to be, sometimes we'll notice that friction, we'll notice that buildup of energy, which can create a little bit of that intense, like, whew, you know? And so the way that we can actually utilize this energy properly and not run into those intense moments, or even if we are in one of those intense moments that Mars is bringing us, it's about realizing what you want your outcome to be. So whatever situation that you may be in where Mars may be causing this more intense energy, ask yourself, what do I want the outcome to be right now? What do I actually want to achieve and move towards? What could I create this outcome to be? What do I actually want it to be? And then you can utilize that Mars energy to take leaps in that direction so you can actually get to that outcome. So that's what Mars really helps us with. Mars gives us the energy to take action, but when we're not using that energy properly, it'll either backfire or just cause us to boil up and spill out, you know, like an over boiling pot that just like spills out, where we could actually use that energy properly in order to take a leap forward and get our food cooked faster, or, you know, like if we utilize it properly. So that is that Mars energy, and that is my advice for when Mars begins transiting your 11th house on the 25th of March. Anytime that you notice that intense energy, realize that that is there to help you leap forward. So ask yourself what you want to achieve or what outcome that you want, and that'll help you make that leap forward. So now, if you are curious about your love life for my Virgos, suns, moons, or risings, let's go ahead and hop right into your love life. Okay, so let's see my Virgo, suns, moons, and risings love life for the month of March. The first card that we're going to pull is going to speak about maybe what we need help with, maybe what we might be facing or struggling with that Spirit wants to bring up and point out. Then the second card is going to be the solution, and then the third card is going to be the outcome of your month. So let's go ahead and see what we get for my Virgos. The first card, we have Mystical. This card is coming up as the struggle card or the focus card for the month of March. So when we have Mystical coming up, in what ways are we maybe not trusting the mystical? In what ways do we maybe fear mysteries in our love life? So for example, if we don't know the outcome, we might be sitting in a place of fear because we don't know what's happening. Maybe we don't have clarity, or maybe we're going through an unsure time. Maybe we're, you know, walking into the unknown a little bit because we don't really know how something's going to turn out in our love life. And maybe that's what we're fearing at the moment. So there is something that my Virgos, you may be sort of like concerned with, and it may be something about like if I don't know the outcome, if I don't know that it's going to be a good time, or if I don't know that I'm going to achieve kind of what I'm hoping for, that's scary a little bit, you know? So we might be facing something like that. So let's go ahead and ask what the solution is. The solution that we have is create. Realizing that you are the creator of your reality. You're the creator of it. So ask yourself, what do I want my outcome to be? What do I want my outcome to be? And realizing we don't really necessarily have control over other people, but we do have control over what we want and what we continue to move towards. So if we're wanting the love of our life, but let's say that, you know, we're currently single and maybe we didn't have the best ending to our last relationship. Let's say we're in a situation like that. Your situation could be anything, but we'll use this as the example. And, you know, we might not be able to change what the other person feels, but we have control over our own destiny, and we can create the most magical and beautiful love life for ourselves. But that's what we need to focus on. That's what we need to focus on creating. That's what we need to begin creating, right? So it may not be with who we thought, but there's a lot of other options, and we can still create exactly what it is that we desire, right? So realizing that you sit in the creator's seat. So anytime that you're fearing the mystical, even if you're already in a stable relationship and maybe you just fear like, oh, what is the future? I don't know what the future is. Realize you're always creating the future. So what is it that you want in your future? And embrace anything that comes along the way, and trust that whatever comes along your path is part of what you are creating. If you're wanting to create the most amazing love life for yourself, and let's say that problems manifest along the way, because this always happens in life. We always manifest great times, and then we always manifest, you know, lows that help us teach us something and help us transform things that need to be transformed. Just like when we're wanting to do a home renovation, let's say we really want to do a home renovation, but then all of a sudden a wrecking ball comes and bursts through our house, and we're like, but why did that happen? It's like, no, this is leading you towards what you want. Trust the process. So trusting that no matter what comes your way is always working out in your favor. It is always leading you where you're meant to go. So trusting in that, realizing you are creating the best, most magical time for yourself, but you need to focus on that and trust that. And that way you'll have trust in the mystical. That way you'll love the mystical. So anytime a mystery does happen, you're like, I don't know why that's happening right now. Trust it, because it's always leading you towards your outcome. Always. And when we trust that, then that's when we are the master wizard of our life. We're the master architect of our life, and we're like, you know what? Yep, the wrecking ball came, or, you know, maybe our refrigerator broke, and we're like, why did it break? And maybe it's because we're meant to have a new one, because maybe we have this dream vision of this dream kitchen, but the only way that we're gonna get to that dream kitchen is if we replace the old refrigerator that we had. You know, whatever it is that's coming in your life. Trust in the mystical. Trust that no matter what's happening, it's actually always working out in your favor. And that's a beautiful perspective that you can have, because that really brings back your power and puts you in that creator's seat once again. So let's go ahead and see our outcome card, our last outcome card. Oh, look at our last outcome card for you. We have the card of beautiful. We have the card of beautiful. You are always creating the most beautiful circumstances for yourself. And I feel like there's another aspect that I'm getting goosebumps right now. Goosebumps always mean truth. And so I'm getting another intuitive feeling of something else to talk about here, which deals with your own confidence in yourself, in your own beauty, and your ability to also create a beautiful love life. You very much have that ability, and you already are so beautiful, and you already are living in a beautiful time. You have people that love you. You have people around you that find you beautiful and find you so inspiring, and it's about embodying that and seeing yourself as that inspiring person that has the ability. You are the architect of your world. So trust in that, trust in your abilities, trust in your future, trust in the mystical things that happen in our beautiful, magical world, and that it's always leading you to the most beautiful outcome. It's always leading you to what you find beautiful, but you need to sit in that creator's seat. You need to own that creator's seat and realize, I am creating my life, and I'm going to create the best possible, most beautiful life for myself, and I know that I have the ability. And then you embody that, and then that is what's going to help you create that, my love. So that is what we have for you, my beautiful Virgos, suns, moons, and risings. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that offered some insight in some way, shape, or form into your life. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you all of my love, and I hope to see you in my next video. Bye! Hello, my beautiful Libras, suns, moons, and risings. Welcome to your part of the zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. So we start off the first of the month with Venus conjunct Jupiter. Both of these planets are so positive, and when they're in conjunction with each other, it creates a beautiful energy. And this is all happening in your 7th house. So this is happening in your intimate, close relationships, whether that be friendships or more intimate partnerships that you have. So these two planets together create an emphasis on beauty in your life. They create an emphasis on love, sharing love. You may also have a significant moment, either within your close friendships or within your really close partnership, that there may be some expression of love, there may be some expression of appreciation for one another, and there may just be like a nice, like uplifting sort of experience. There could also be a really fun date that happens around this time as well, or at least gets planned or thought about around this time, because these two planets can definitely create that sort of energy. And this is the planets where like romance is in the air, especially since this is happening for you in your 7th house. This is like spontaneous romance, really great energy to start off the month of March with. Even if this ends up being just platonic, like let's say you're single and maybe this is going to happen more with a platonic relationship, or if you're in a serious romantic relationship, this can also happen in that area as well. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. This is happening in Aquarius, which is in your 5th house. This can be where we're like committed to having fun, where we're committed to like creating a better environment for ourselves. And it can also be a time where we're committed to expressing more joy. We might be more committed to creating more joy in our life, and maybe we're also making plans, because this transit can indicate making plans for something fun. So there could be like a plan for a vacation, there could be a plan for like some joyful thing that you're looking forward to that happens around this time as well. Then on that very same day, since Mercury's moving really fast through the month of March, we also have Mercury changing signs later on that evening. So later on that evening, Mercury's going to move into Pisces, which is when it begins transiting your 6th house. This is where we become really productive. There may be a lot of inspiration around work around this time. It can also be a really busy time in work as well. So there may be just a lot of things to do, a lot of new thoughts coming to us, a lot of new projects on the go. And it can also make us really busy in our schedule in general. So maybe we're just having a busy time because there's more plans on the table. There's more things happening right now. And there's more commitments that we're like, yep, okay, I'm going to do that. Yep, okay, I'm going to do that. And we're realizing that, it's just a lot going on, but it's always usually a good thing when we have these transits kind of happening all together. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is going to happen in your 12th house. The full moons are all about closing and ending old cycles or phases. So being in your 12th house, this is ending an old cycle for you mentally. Being in the sign of Virgo, maybe you've been hard on yourself mentally lately. Maybe you've been more critical and you're just trying to really improve, or you're trying to do your best. And this is ending more of a old cycle that's no longer serving you. So maybe we were a bit too extra harsh on ourselves. Maybe we've been like hard on ourselves in a certain way. And if so, this full moon really helps us create a better time where we are easier on ourselves, where we are more accepting of ourselves, and we're realizing what is a healthy way that I can think to myself and also speak to myself. Also, I apologize, my lighting is getting really dark there. So there's going to be a lot of transformations mentally for you around that time. On that same day, on the 7th, we also have one of our most major transits of this entire month. In fact, this is a major transit that's going to be affecting the next 3 to 4 years for us, and that's because Saturn is moving into Pisces. Saturn moves really slow. It takes quite a few years for it to actually change signs, and this is going to be its first entry into Pisces, which is going to be where it begins transiting your 6th house. If you natally have Saturn in Pisces, so for example, if you're born with Saturn in Pisces, then this is going to mark the beginning of your Saturn return. So if so, this is going to be a very significant time for you. But even if you don't have Saturn in Pisces natally, this is still a very major transit that's going to be shifting you in a big kind of way. And with Saturn now moving into Pisces, it's transiting the 6th house. This is where we're going to get really committed to things. Libra, if you've been putting things off that you've wanted to get done, like if we've been sort of jumping from one flower to the other, or if we've been putting off dreams that we've had, if we've been, not really liking our schedule very much, like if we've been sort of, not being lazy is not the right word, but if we've been maybe not so committed to certain things that we've been wanting to commit to. This could be wanting to change certain things about your life. This could be wanting to get your health on a better track. This could be wanting to commit to certain diets or fitness routines. This could be committing to focusing on creating a better schedule in your life, working on your dreams and desires, working on the bigger career that you want, working on anything under the sun that is going to benefit you. As Saturn moves in here, this is going to be a time where Saturn is like, hey Libra, this is no joke now, let's get things together. This is where you're going to be more together than ever. Saturn is going to be transiting the 6th house for you over the next 3 to 4 years, and you're going to be more put together than ever. This is going to help you really get your shit together, for lack of better words. That is what Saturn does. Saturn helps us create healthy boundaries. So it's going to be saying no to certain things within your health. You're going to start ending old habits that have been a detriment to your health. And now over these next 3 to 4 years, you're going to be making major changes within your health. You're going to be making major changes in your schedule and routine so that you actually get the things done that you've been really wanting to get done. This is now you're going to create those, again, healthy boundaries that are going to keep you on track. And so you're going to be doing this over the next 3 to 4 years, and it's going to cause major shifts in your life for the better. I'm also going to adjust my lighting again. So yes, Saturn is going to be helping you do that. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus, which is going to be where Venus begins transiting your 8th house. This is going to transform things for you within your money. This is going to transform things for you within your environment. This is going to transform things for you within your love life. If you've had old patterns in your love life or old fears, old concerns that have been maybe popping back up, this is a time where Venus is going to help bring those to light and transform them so that we can create more love in these areas. It is also a time where we may kind of, get a new business idea. This is the house of joint assets. So maybe somebody's going to help us out financially with something. Maybe we're also helping someone else out financially with something. This could also be where we make plans to, go in together on something or invest together towards something with someone. This could be where you split the cost of a vacation with somebody, or you split the cost of a new apartment with somebody, or you decide to both go into business together, or open up a podcast together, whatever it might be. Venus, when it transits the 8th house, can kind of invite in these opportunities where we're joining in together with someone on something. So collaborative partnerships around that time. And then on the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries. Mercury is going to be in your 7th house. This can create a lot of communication coming up within your close relationships. So maybe we're communicating a lot with the people that mean the most to us. Maybe we're making a lot of plans with those people, and things are just happening around that time. Then on the 20th of the month, we have our spring equinox. The sun is going to move into Aries, and that is going to mark the beginning of this new kind of astrological new year. And then since it is in your 7th house, it's going to highlight a lot of your relationships again, and kind of highlight all the people that in your life that you love, that you want to be close with, all that kind of stuff. Then on the next day, we have our new moon in Aries, which is a new cycle in your relationship, since this is happening in the 7th house. The new moons are new cycles. So there's a new cycle opening up within your relationships. There could be, a new relationship blossoming, or a deeper form of your relationship taking place. This could indicate platonic, really close, intimate relationships, or a romantic, intimate relationship. Then on the 23rd, we have our second major transit of the month, which is such a major transit. This is when Pluto is moving signs. It is moving into Aquarius. The last time Pluto changed signs was 2008, and that's when it moved into Capricorn. And now it is moving into Aquarius, and this is the first time that it's going to be moving signs. And this is going to be a transit that lasts until 2044. So this is for the next 21 years that Pluto is going to be moving through your 5th house. So Pluto, the planet of endings and beginnings and deep transformations. This is actually a very positive planet. A lot of people kind of fear Pluto a little bit because it can tend to kind of take things away in our life, but it only ever takes things away that no longer serve us, things that we shouldn't really necessarily have in our lives anymore. It helps us take those things away. It's kind of like, I hate to use this example, but I guess it's kind of like when a baby is growing up and their mother eventually has to take away their pacifier, or has to stop breastfeeding them and moving on to something else. And a lot of times, babies struggle with those times. A lot of times babies struggle with like, oh, now I have to like sleep in my grown-up bed and I have to fall asleep on my own without being read a story at night, or without having my pacifier, or without having like these other things. So Pluto helps us remove those things that no longer serves us. So this helps us elevate to the next level. And although it can be a little bit hard in the moment, just like a child, like, learning how to go without certain things anymore so that they can grow up and become an adult, Pluto does this throughout our life. And so since Pluto is now going to be transiting your 5th house, there's certain things that you still find fun and entertaining that are no longer serving you anymore. There's certain things that Pluto is like, this is holding you back. There's certain things, this could be like playing video games, this could be like partaking in partying that's no longer serving us, this could be like partaking in just things that are holding us back from our real true dreams. Things that are distractions. Things that we think light us up in a positive way, but Pluto's like, it did before and it served a good purpose in your life before, but not anymore. And Pluto over the next 20 years is going to be helping you transform these things. And it's not saying that it's going to take an entire 20 years for these things to transform, but over the next 20 years, you're going to notice different things in your life are being, kind of taken away, and we're having our ending with them, and it's going to then replace them actually. So the amazing thing about Pluto, one of the reasons why I love Pluto so much, other than, it does take away the things that no longer serve us, which is a very positive thing, but it always replaces them with something that serves us better, with something that now can serve us in the present moment. So being in your 5th house, this is everything that you find fun and exciting, all of the pleasure of your life, and this can also be dating and romantic, sort of like fun, kind of enjoyable things. So everything under the sun with that. It can also indicate children as well. So, and it's funny, actually, it's in the 5th house, and for some reason I literally had the image of like giving the example of kids and babies growing up and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, back to this though, it's going to be affecting these areas of your life. So anything that's no longer serving you, anything that's been holding you back within the realm of children, within the realm of fun, within the realm of pleasure, within the realm of your inner child, the inner child healing. A lot of my Libras, if you have like shadow work that needs to be done within your inner child, this is the time Pluto is going to bring up those things so that we heal them. And so it never ever has to hold us back anymore. This is also the realm of, again, fun and pleasure. So what are those things that we're still doing that are kind of more of a distraction to us and not really helping, the things that we need to outgrow at this point? So Pluto is going to really help you do that over the next 20 years, and you're going to notice radical transformations. You may even start feeling this already, and there may be certain things that you've been thinking of already, like, I really need to transform that. That's been just holding me back. I really need to end that pattern, really need to end that cycle. Or you may even just be feeling like, I'm outgrowing certain things in my life anymore, and now I'm wanting different things. Now I'm finding different things fun and exciting. And it's because there's a new, more mature version of you, a leveled up version of you that's now being birthed out. Because Pluto is like the death and rebirth. There's a death of the old you, and there's a rebirth of the new you that is about to come forward. So Libras, like, this is such a huge, huge, huge time for some major transformations. And again, it's going to be taking place over the next 20 years. Not that it's going to take 20 years for each of these things to take place, but they're just going to be happening throughout the next 20 years. So that's happening there. And then our last major transit of the month is Mars going into Cancer, which is going to be when Mars begins transiting your 10th house. This can be where we notice a lot of energy coming up within our work life or within the trajectory of what we're trying to create. So you can see the 10th house as this mountain that we are climbing towards our goals. The goals are at the top of the mountain, and the 10th house is like us getting there, our journey up there and our journey towards what we desire. When Mars transits this area, it brings with us tons of energy for us to take leaps up this mountain, for us to move forward really fast up this mountain. However, if we're not utilizing this energy correctly, it can kind of just build up in the moment and cause like friction or frustration or an intensity. So if we are noticing intensity when it comes to what we really want to achieve, with the vision that we really have, or within our work and the work that we're doing in our life, if we notice any friction or tension coming up in this area, it's because we need to focus on the outcome, the target that we're going for, and we need to use the energy of Mars to shoot ourselves in that direction, to help us leap into that outcome, towards that outcome, because that's what Mars is helping us with right now. But however, if we're not taking those leaps, if we're not using that energy properly, we're going to notice it kind of maybe backfires or causes tension, or causes like a buildup. And if you notice that buildup, it's about using that awareness to think about, what is my actual outcome? Do I want this outcome to be love? Do I want this outcome to be positive? Do I want this outcome to be beautiful? Do I want this outcome to be productive? And if so, how can I change my approach and utilize this energy to get that outcome, right? So that's how we can utilize this Mars energy for our benefit. And that is what we have for my Libra suns, moons, and risings for your zodiac sign prediction for the month of March. And if you're curious about your love life, let's go ahead and pull some cards for your love life. Okay, so my Libra's suns, moons, and risings. I don't know why the word Virgo has been in my head throughout your reading. It's maybe because we did Virgo prior. For some reason, Virgo's like, I don't know, in my head for some reason. Maybe there's an important Virgo in my Libra's life, or maybe there will be at some point. Either way though, for some reason I just felt like mentioning that. But let's go ahead and find out your love life for the month of March for my Libra's suns, moons, and risings. The first card that we're going to pull is going to represent what Spirit wants to bring up and what Spirit wants to talk about. It can talk about like a struggle that you may be facing, or something that Spirit wants you to be more aware of for the month of March. Then our second card is going to be the solution, and our third card is going to be the outcome. So let's go ahead and see what Spirit has to say for my Libra's love life in March of 2023. Oh, that card came right out. We have the card of clarity. This one came out for another group too. Spirit is pulling out a lot of similar cards, so I wonder if the collective is going through a lot of like similar things through the month of March. So when clarity comes up under the struggle or the awareness area, this is about seeking clarity before assuming. So sometimes we have a tendency to assume what somebody may mean or what somebody's intentions were before we actually seek the clarity ourselves. Like sometimes we just think like, oh, I already know what that was. I already know where that's coming from. You know, so sometimes it's just better to seek the clarity first. Or, you know, if we're feeling a certain way and we're like, why am I feeling that way? Or like maybe we're concerned about, what is my future going to be? Like, how do I get clarity on that? How do I get that reassurance? And sometimes being in that state can give us anxiety. So let's go ahead and see what our solution card is from Spirit. We have two cards here. We have, these same cards keep showing up for everybody, I swear. We actually have three cards. We have mystical, serenity, and peace. These are our solution cards, embracing the mystical. This same message came up for another group. That's so weird. Anyway, clarity is our struggle. The mystical is one of these solutions. So embracing the mystical, embracing the unknown, and also seeing like, okay, sometimes my assumptions may not always be accurate. So I might as well try to communicate to find out. And also, if I'm insecure about not knowing the future, about not knowing where things are headed, embracing the mystical of that, embracing the fact that not everything is going to be super clear for us. And sometimes life is that journey of discovery. The solution is also serenity and peace. So embodying more serenity, more peace in the present moment. Like, how can we find joy even in the unknown? And when we are in the unknown, that's also a blank canvas where we can paint whatever we want. So if we are in the unknown, it's like, how can I begin building what I desire? How can I begin creating the outcome I desire? How do I go about creating that? And we can only do that when we accept the maybe lack of clarity that we have, and we accept maybe where we currently are, and we're like, you know what, let me build upon this. Let me start creating what I do want. And let's go ahead and see the outcome card that we have for my Libra's suns, moons, and risings. What is our outcome card after embracing the mystical and the peace? We have radiant. Radiance is your outcome. Feeling radiant, feeling in control, feeling like, I feel great, I feel amazing. And even if I'm walking into the unknown, even if I don't know what's maybe happening, I can just be radiant. I can be myself, and I can, my goodness, the lighting's getting crazy. Let me change this really quick. Okay. So embracing the best possible outcome, embracing the fact that, you know, sometimes things are unknown, but we'll get them figured out as we go, and we can build what we want the outcome to be too, because sometimes when it's left up to the mystical, it means maybe there is no real solid outcome yet. So let's focus on creating the one that we want to, and let's just radiate positive energy. Even when we have the lack of clarity. Also, when we have a lack of clarity, it can say that things are kind of like in the shadows, right? That's a kind of expression that we can use. But when we're radiant, it means that we let our light shine so brightly that those shadows don't even exist anymore, because we're shining so brightly. We're so in our own element that things outside of us are no longer dark and shadowy anymore. And we're not scared of them because we're so radiant. Do you ever have those days where you just feel so good that you're just like on cloud 9 and nothing could get you down? It's like all of a sudden you stub your toe on the door and you're just like, I'm just having such a good day that I'm just gonna laugh at it. Like, it doesn't even bother me. It doesn't even bother me. So that's the level that spirit is giving advice to about getting to that level. And this is about embracing the mystical and being at peace with wherever you are in life, right? And then allowing yourself to radiate all of your light, not holding back, right? Not holding back from fear of like, what other people are gonna think of me? And like, you know, are people gonna judge me for shining all of my light? It's like, no, let's just embrace the highest possible light, and then nothing will get in your way. Nothing will get you down because you're so radiant. You're like the sun. You shine no matter what. Even if there's clouds in the way, you're still shining. You're still shining. You're like, it's a beautiful day. It's always time to shine, you know? And it's not about being like a fake positive, but it's about allowing yourself to radiate through anything. Radiate through anything. And look, at the sun comes out so bright right when I'm talking about that. The sun is radiating even through the cloudy days that we've been having. So that is the message from Spirit for your love life through the month of March. If you're ever going through anything, it's about radiating, my loves. So that's what we have for my Libras, suns, moons, and risings. And be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising signs in order to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you all so much love, and I'll see you in my next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Scorpios, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. There's some major transits happening, so let's get into what's happening for you. So on the first of the month, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter. This is such a beautiful transit, might I say. When these two planets meet up, they are such positive, loving, expansive, abundant planets, and they create a very positive energy. Being in your 6th house, this is going to affect all of my Scorpios in the realm of your routine, feeling on top of things, feeling on top of your time, feeling on top of your environment. This could also be a time that you get really inspired to like make your environment really beautiful and really pretty and just sort of enhance it in some way, shape, or form. It could also be a time where you like really catch up on chores, but you feel good doing it. Like you're like, I just feel motivated, I feel good. And my camera is like blowing out right now from the sun. It's like the sun's coming back out. But yeah, so this transit is such a beautiful time, and you're going to notice that time just feels like it's on your side. Things are getting done, and this is also a time where you may feel also really beautiful, and you may be putting a lot of effort into yourself, because the 6th house also deals with our physical body and our physical health as well. So Venus conjunct Jupiter, we could just feel pretty healthy that day. We could feel, you know, at our best and on top of things within the realm of our health and our body and our physical well-being. So that transit is going to offer lots of great aspects and things happening in our life in the beginning of March. And then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn, and this is going to be in the sign of Aquarius, which is in your 4th house. Whenever Mercury conjuncts Saturn, it creates a very productive time. Being in the 4th house of your home life and also your family, we may find that our family life somehow is productive, or we're getting things done around our home and our house. So it could be a time where we're just catching up on things. And it's interesting that this transit's happening kind of around the same time as our previous transit. This just feels like a time where my Scorpios, you're just going to be on top of things. Things are getting done. Things in your work. There could also be positive things within your work life as well in the beginning of the month. And so this is just a really positive time in general, setting the foundation, getting things done, making your environment feel really nice, basically. And then since Mercury is also moving really fast through the month of March, on that same evening, on March 2nd, Mercury is then going to move signs, and it's going to move into the sign of Pisces, which is going to be then transiting your 5th house. This is now where we get the fun and enjoyment. So I'm almost getting this kind of visualization that for my Scorpios, it just seems like you're really on top of things, getting things done. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can relax, I can have fun, I can do something that I really want to, I can bring in more fun and joy into my life. So that kind of energy is going to be coming out in the beginning of March as well. And even if you're noticing some opposing energies around this time, because for everyone it's going to be slightly different. So even if you do notice some opposing energies, all of these opposing energies are going to lead you to a really good outcome. So just embrace whatever comes through at this time, because all of these transits are very positive and they create very positive lasting effects. Although most people through these transits, they're going to feel like really high vibe, things are just getting done, things are just feeling really positive. So embrace that time, enjoy it, my beautiful Scorpios, because you deserve it. And then on the second of the month, definitely I just see like you enjoying some sort of like maybe more fun sort of event that maybe you're planning for. Maybe you're even planning for a future fun event or something like this. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is happening in your 11th house. The full moons close out old cycles and old phases. So happening in your 11th house, this is maybe closing out an old cycle within your friend realm. So maybe, you know, are we not seeing our friends enough, and maybe we have this pattern of like, you know, overworking ourselves and not seeing people, and maybe we're ending a pattern like that, or maybe we're ending a pattern where we're not really kind of seeing people that we want to see, or maybe there's just some other pattern here where we're like, I'm kind of done that. And maybe we're also done being people pleasers and, you know, always doing what everybody else wants, because this full moon is in Virgo. So this may be ending a sort of people pleaser phase for you as well, for my Scorpios. Then also on that same day, on the 7th of March, we have a huge major transit happening, which is Saturn moving into Pisces. Saturn doesn't move signs very often. It moves signs like every few years. Like it takes years for Saturn to actually move signs. It moves really slow. It's one of the transcendental planets. So when it does move signs, it does create major, big, noticeable shifts. And this also marks the Saturn return for anyone who has Saturn natally in Pisces. So in your natal astrology, the day that you're born, if you were born with Saturn in Pisces, this marks your beginning of your Saturn return. Saturn returns are really major events in our lives, and they usually happen about 2 to 3 times throughout our life, depending on how old we live for, but it happens about every 28.5 years. So if you're getting to, you know, one of those ages, this may be a time where you're entering your Saturn return. Even if you're not entering your Saturn return though, this transit still has major effects and shifts upon absolutely everybody. And it makes its first entry into Pisces on March 7th, which is going to be in your 5th house. So Saturn helps us create boundaries that are healthy. It helps us keep ourselves on track. It helps us keep ourselves in alignment. It helps us make the commitments that we need to. It helps us level up our life and to learn deeper things, to implement deeper lessons that help us excel and help us reach new heights. This being in your 5th house, the 5th house is the house of children, the house of fun, the house of pleasure, the house of dating. So for my Scorpios, you may be setting bigger boundaries in your life, because maybe we're realizing that we want more commitment in our life. We want to commit to things that are going to have lasting happiness, lasting pleasure, lasting fulfillment for ourselves. And Saturn's going to help us realize what we maybe need to create healthy boundaries with, what we maybe need to let go of, what we maybe need to learn from in order to create a healthy, strong path for ourselves for the next 3 to 4 years, because Saturn's going to be transiting here for about 3 to 4 years. So this is going to be a huge time where we are learning, where we are growing, where we are figuring out how to keep ourselves on the best possible, healthiest track of our life. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus, which is going to be transiting your 7th house. When Venus transits the 7th, it can create really positive times within our relationships. This can be where someone expresses their admiration or their love for us. It can also be a time where we're feeling new emotions coming up in our life, within our love life, that maybe we feel like expressing. And overall, it's just a really positive time. The 7th house can indicate our romantic partnerships or our intimate, close platonic relationships as well. And so things are just going to feel more loving around this time. We may notice a lot of appreciation coming our way, or we're even maybe feeling that ourselves. And maybe we're also wanting to balance out more of our relationship time in our life. You know, how much time have we been spending towards the relationships that we really care about? Have we been spending enough time? Have we been spending too much time? How do we balance this out better so that we can create more happiness, more joy, and more love in our life. I feel like a lot of my Scorpios around this time, you're going to realize like, hey, I want more love in my life. I want to celebrate love more rather than putting it off for responsibilities or putting it off for all these other things. I want to create more balance so that I can experience the more loving, joyful times of life more often. Then on the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries, which is going to be transiting your 6th house. This can be a really productive time where we're planning out a lot of the things that we need to do. We might be making changes to our schedule, making new promises, new commitments, new plans for our future. And it can also be a time where we're really productive in our career and in our home life. So we have a lot of productivity for my Scorpios happening through the month of March. In fact, the month of March is actually very productive for a lot of people. There's just a lot of transits going on that are quite productive. Then on the 20th of the month, we have our spring equinox where the sun moves into Aries, which is going to be in your 6th house, which is bringing a lot more illumination to our day, how we spend our time, the environment that we're in, and how we can be more productive and put more time towards the things that we want to get done. Then on the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, which is also in your 6th house. So the new moons open up new cycles for us. I would not be surprised if my Scorpios that you create a new schedule for yourself, or if you make a new commitment that now you're adding on, which is going to affect your day-to-day kind of life in some way. Maybe you're taking on some sort of new commitment, making some sort of change. There could also be a new cycle happening within your career as well, since the 6th house can also affect our career. Can also affect our health as well. So there may be new health choices that we are making as well. The 6th house does rule our health, how we take care of ourselves. So there could be a new cycle coming up around March 21st for that as well for my Scorpios. Then on the 23rd, we have our second major transit of March, which is Pluto changing signs. The last time Pluto changed signs was 2008, so that's super long ago, and Pluto's now going to be moving into Aquarius, and it's going to stay in Aquarius until 2044. So this is a really long transit. This is happening for quite some time. Pluto in Aquarius is going to be transiting your 4th house. Pluto creates endings and beginnings. So it takes things away that no longer serve us, and it also replaces them with a gift. A lot of people see Pluto as a more malefic planet, but I completely disagree. I find Pluto is one of the most amazing planets and one of the most amazing transits. Whenever it's hitting any aspect of our chart, I find Pluto amazing. But the reason why a lot of people see it as more of a negative thing, I'll kind of give an example that I gave in the previous zodiac sign for Virgo. So Pluto can be seen as the transformation as like, take a toddler, for example, and let's say a toddler is so used to having a pacifier all the time whenever they're crying, and eventually at some point in our life we need to outgrow certain things, right? Eventually we have to learn to, mature and level up and let go of things that are no longer serving us. Of course, we can't be adults walking around with pacifiers. That's a little bit weird, right? Although they're comforting and they serve a great purpose for us early on in life, there comes a time where we need to let it go. Pluto's the planet that says, hey, this thing served you before and it did serve a good purpose before, but it's no longer serving you. It's time to level up. It's time to let this thing go. But it always does get replaced with something else. So it either gets replaced with a really deep wisdom or a gift. And I always notice, sorry, I'm like stuttering now. I always notice that Pluto brings such beautiful gifts, like beyond just wisdom, it gives us beautiful gifts. So for example, if it takes away something from us, it'll give us something to replace that does serve us. So it's about embracing the fact that there are certain things that we are probably going to need to be letting go of, and being in our 4th house, this is going to be transforming things within our family life, so things that are no longer serving us within our family life. So are there certain old patterns, certain relationship dynamics that are no longer serving us within our family life? Are there certain things within our home that are also no longer serving us, the place that we live, right? So are there things about the place that we live that are no longer serving us? Are there different changes in our home life that our home is no longer serving us in the same way, or our foundation? Pluto is going to be coming through this area over the next 20 years, and it is going to be helping make positive shifts in your life. My camera is making all sorts of lighting things right now. The sun is just in between all sorts of clouds, so I apologize for the lighting. But Pluto is going to help take away all those things that are no longer serving you in this area, and it's also going to bring you gifts. So there's going to be gifts that happen within your family life, beautiful gifts that happen to help up-level you. There's going to be different gifts that happen to help up-level your home life, your foundation, your savings, your bank account. There could be really big investments that you make. There could be investments that say fall through or that don't really work out, but there's also going to be investments that end up becoming a gift. And it's like, oh wow, we're really learning like where we should invest our time, our money, and our effort and our energy into. And Pluto's going to be showing us that. So I wouldn't be surprised if for all my Scorpios over the next 20 years, this is going to be a really lucrative time where you learn a lot about money, where you learn a lot about how to grow money in order to, you know, achieve like bigger goals, bigger dreams, and to also heal family things that are going on in your life as well, to heal your family life, to heal your childhood as well, because the fourth house can sometimes aspect our childhood or can indicate or aspect our future family life as well. So what we end up creating, and Pluto is going to help us up level to create something much greater than what we may be currently used to. So embrace that time over the next 20 years. It's not going to take 20 years for all of this to take place, but it's just going to be taking place in increments over the next 20 years. So you're going to notice big changes happening, possibly even just 2 years from now. And then lots of different things happening over these next few years. Again, I apologize for the lighting there. But yeah, then on the 25th of the month, we have Mars moving into Cancer, which is our last major transit of the month. And this is going to indicate that Mars is going to be now transiting your 9th house. Whenever Mars transits any area, it can bring with it a really intense energy. And sometimes this intense energy can create some friction for us depending on how we use it. And what Mars really wants us to know is Mars lets us know that it's giving us energy to help us take leaps forward to what we really want to create. So this is about thinking about what is the outcome that I want to reach. If you notice friction coming up, if you notice a lot of intense energy coming up at any point near the end of March, it's Mars letting you know, hey, think about what's the outcome you really want. What is the outcome you really want in this particular situation? And how can you utilize this energy to get that outcome? Are we wanting more love? Are we wanting to create the outcome of happiness or peace? And then Mars is saying, take all this intense energy you're feeling and use that to fuel you to drive you towards that outcome, because it's giving you the fuel to drive you towards that outcome. But sometimes when we don't use the fuel, we end up putting too much gas in the tank and it's just sitting there and we're like, what do I do with this? But it's because we're supposed to use it to make a leap forward towards what we do want. So that is the last transit of the month of March for my Scorpios, suns, moons, and risings. If you are curious about your love life for the month of March, let's go ahead and hop right into what you can expect in your love life. The first card that we're going to pull is going to be the indication of what Spirit wants to focus on, what Spirit wants to speak about. It could be something that we're currently facing or dealing with or struggling with within our love life that Spirit's like, let me help you with that. Let me alchemize this for you to give you the wisdom to take through for the rest of the month. So let's go ahead and see what Spirit wants to talk about in your love life. So Spirit wants to talk about goddess energy for you. So Scorpio, goddess energy. When this comes up as the card of what Spirit wants to talk about, which may be a struggle, is maybe struggling to feel our best, maybe struggling to show up as the highest and best version of ourselves. Maybe sometimes we feel like we're being judged, or maybe sometimes we feel like, we judge ourselves too much because maybe we have insecurities that come up in our love life. And so let's see what Spirit has to say about this goddess energy. What is the solution? The second card is going to indicate the solution. The third card is going to indicate the outcome. So let's see, what is the solution that Spirit has for my Scorpios? This card is wanting to come out. We have rejoice. When we rejoice, we allow the flow of energy. I also feel like pulling one more card on this one, but the rejoice card, feeling into your own inner magic, feeling into your own inner joy. The more that you can feel joy, there's no way that you can feel a lack of confidence when you are feeling joyful. Those two do not go hand in hand. You cannot feel them both at the same time. So if you can fill yourself up with so much happiness that you're just bursting and you're just like, I'm having such a good time, there's no way that you can feel insecure during those moments that you're having a good time. You cannot focus on both of those things at once. You can have one after the other and vice versa, but you cannot feel them at the same time. So Spirit's solution to embracing more confidence, to feeling your best, to feeling that goddess energy. I'm also feeling like this is talking about like sex and romance. I feel like Spirit's wanting to say like maybe some of us feel insecure at certain times when it comes to intimacy. Like this doesn't even have to do with just like sexual intimacy. It can also just be like communicative intimacy, like connecting intimately with what we're speaking about or how we're opening up and connecting in an intimate way. There's multiple ways to be intimate, right? And Spirit wants to talk about also the intimacy, the insecurities around intimacy. If we can focus solely on the joy and rejoicing in the beauty of what we're experiencing through an intimate connection, there is no room for insecurity when we're focused solely on the joy. We cannot focus on both of those things at once. We cannot feel insecure when we're feeling so joyful. Again, we can feel one after the other. So for example, like we might be super joyful and we might be feeling so good, but then we, remember like, oh, I'm insecure about this. And then we're like, okay. But then all of a sudden we get back to the joyful feeling. We're like, oh, but this is so exciting. You cannot feel them both at the same time, but you can feel them one after the other. So it's about bringing your focus back to the joy, back to the rejoicing, and bringing it back to just celebrating. Rejoicing is like celebrating and bringing back the joy. And Spirit really wants you to focus on that being the solution for you. I also did feel like pulling one more solution card. So we also have soulful, feeling your soul. Also, your soul is never insecure. Your soul is always full, whole, and complete. Your soul is never not complete. And you can connect deep with your soul, and when you do, it can actually really heal insecurity. So how you can connect with your soul, how I really like to do that, is by placing my hands over my heart. And you can even do this practice with me. But if you place your hands over your heart and you close your eyes and you bring your awareness back to your heart center, feel the energy in your heart. Whatever that energy may be. It could be a very light, very airy energy. It could be maybe a sad energy. It could be anything that your heart may be currently feeling. But this is how you can begin to connect to your energy. And then begin to focus on your energy and begin to focus on the fact that that energy is infinite. That energy is going to be here at all times, no matter what. That energy can never be created or destroyed, but it can be healed, it can be transmuted, it can go through anything. But your soul is infinite, and your soul is the energy of you. Your energy is always infinite. It is always pure love. That's what a soul is. It is pure love. And there may be something kind of clouding that if we're going through a hard time, or if we're going through like a rejection of the self by any means, or any sort of insecurity. There could be a cloud, but it does not mean that the sun is not shining bright. Your sun or the soul is actually represented by the sun. They're very similar things. So your soul is like the sun. Even if there's a cloud in the way, such as an insecurity or anything like that, your soul is like the sun. The sun is shining fully, no matter if there's clouds in the way, no matter what, your soul is always shining fully. So tapping into that soul energy. So even if you feel something in your heart that may feel heavy, move that out of the way and then tap in deeper to that infinite soul energy within you. Feel that energy. That energy is so infinite and is full of so much love. That is the love of you. You are love embodied. So when you connect with that and you feel soulful, you can remind yourself that you are so worthy. You are worthy, just as worthy as anything else and anyone on this planet. You are just as worthy, right? So feeling that soulfulness, feeling the fact that your soul is so full. It doesn't matter what your past is, doesn't matter what your future is. Your soul is infinite, and it is infinite love. So that is a message that came up there. Let's go ahead and see what the outcome card is for you. The outcome card that we have is adventure. I love this card. This one came up for another group as well. The adventure card. Your outcome is going to become adventure, about enjoying the adventure of life no matter what it is. The adventure of life has ups and downs. The adventure of anything has ups and downs, right? That's an adventure, is when it has dynamics. That's what an adventure is. So realizing that your love life may have dynamics, but that's the adventure of it, and it does not make you any less worthy, right? So we can tap into that confidence, we can tap into that goddess energy by feeling and just enjoying the adventure and realizing that no matter what ups and downs that you've experienced in the past, no matter what ups and downs you're currently experiencing, and no matter what ups and downs may come your way, it does not take away from your worth. It does not take away from your potential. It does not take away from your ability to create anything, and it does not take away from any aspect of you. This is just the adventure of life. It's your adventure, and then you can sit in that creator's seat and rejoice in the beauty and the love that is you, and that's going to really help you create and see your love life as that beautiful adventure that you're on, that you get to discover. You also get to create what direction that you branch out into. So focusing on what direction do I really want to explore next? Do I want to focus on the direction of confidence, of lots of love and romance and meeting my soulmate and having the deepest connection? Do I want to focus on that? Right? Because that's your adventure. You get to choose which path you go down, right? So approach the adventure with that main character energy where we're like, I get to choose anywhere I want, and let me just be excited for what's to come. Even if there may be challenges along that road that I choose, even if there may be ups and downs of that adventure, let me enjoy every single piece of it, because that is the adventure of life. Let's approach it from that goddess energy. Let's approach it from that soulful, full level. Your soul is full. And when we approach it from that level, the adventure just becomes a beautiful story that we get to experience. And yeah, that is the message that's coming up for you today, Scorpio, for your month of March. So embracing more of that goddess energy, embracing more of your soul so that you can show up to your love life in a confident, excited, and playful place, because adventure is reminding me of that playful energy where we are able to laugh at our mistakes, where we're able to just enjoy the adventure and just be like, ooh, I'm excited for what's to come. And I know that any time that I reach a challenge, there is also a beautiful miracle that is also going to wait along the way. A lot of times we anticipate, like, I'm anticipating challenge, I'm anticipating things that are making me worry. But what if we also anticipate the beautiful moments that are coming? Because those exist too. So let's anticipate the beauty as well, and the confidence and all of that. So that is the message that we have today for you, my beautiful Scorpios, suns, moons, and risings. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I am sending you so much love, and I hope to see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Sagittariuses, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. Let's talk about all of these big transits that are happening. So on March 1st, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter, and these two planets are both very, very positive, and when they're in conjunction with each other, which means they're right next to each other, they really amplify both of their energies. This is in the sign of Aries, which is affecting your 5th house. So on March 1st, my Sagittarius suns, moons, and risings, this is a time of embracing joy and fun. Especially if it's like spontaneous or brings out passion. You may notice that passion is coming out at this time, loving energy is coming out at this time. There may be beautiful connections that you're making in your life, whether that just be with your platonic friends or even a romantic partnership. It just seems like there's really great energy around this time, a very loving and amplified kind of energy happening on March 1st with Venus conjunct Jupiter. So it's a great way to begin our month. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. When Mercury conjunct Saturn, it creates a very productive energy for us. So around the 2nd of the month, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my Sagittariuses, you get really productive and start catching up on things, doing things. And all of this energy is happening in your 3rd house. So this can indicate that we're communicating a lot, reading, studying, joining classes, doing courses, being interested in learning and expanding your mind. And with Mercury really conjuncting Saturn, this is when we are quite disciplined as well, and we're ready to make boundaries to help keep us focused on what it is that we want to do, what it is that we want to reach. And so we may be noticing that we're learning things around this time that help keep us focused, that help keep us learning and expanding ourselves in new ways. We could also be making plans as well for like some short travel. We could be making plans for future events, because the 3rd house can deal with events and also sometimes short travel as well. on that same day, within that evening, because Mercury's moving so fast, in that evening, that same evening on March 2nd, Mercury is then going to move into the zodiac sign of Pisces. It's going to enter Pisces, and that's going to be where it starts transiting your 4th house. Mercury transit the 4th can be when we are wanting to spend more time at home, or making plans to see our family, or making plans around our home life to balance it out more. This could be a time where we're focused on investing our time in places that truly matter, places that bring us a lot of value and true fulfillment, things that maybe we've been putting off because maybe they don't seem as important, but then we're realizing, oh wait, those things are actually really important. Let me focus on bringing my time towards those things, creating that proper foundation where I could grow steadily and get the support that I need. This is also a great time of feeling the support from family or from friends that maybe are just very supportive of us and create that beautiful foundation for us. It could be a time where we're getting beautiful advice, getting beautiful conversations going that really help uplift us and give us that feeling of family and closeness. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, and that's happening in your 10th house. So the full moons are always closing out of old cycles and old phases. And since this is in Virgo in your 10th house, this may be a time where we're like, I've been way too productive. I've been way too focused on just getting stuff done constantly. And maybe we're like, I need a bit of a break. And so I'm ending this cycle of being so fast and hard on myself and so like busy. So the full moon in Virgo could be ending old cycles like that. Maybe we're noticing that's not so good for my health anymore. This could also be a time of closing out an old health cycle for my Sagittariuses, so that you can move into something that's more productive and something that's better for you. And I mean productive as in like something that is able to serve you more. So the 10th house is, you can imagine it like the goals that we want to get to, and it's like a mountain that we climb in order to get to a higher up goal. So it's like leveling up, it's bringing us higher to higher heights. And so anything that falls under that category, whether that be desires that you have, dreams that you have, the career that you have, the ladder that you're climbing in any aspect of your life, the full moon is helping us close out certain cycles that maybe weren't really working for us anymore, and maybe that were kind of damaging to our health. So if we're overworking ourselves to the point of exhaustion, obviously that's not good. And the full moon in Virgo is going to highlight those things so that we can bring an end to them. Then also on the 7th, we have another major transit that's happening. This is one of the most major transits of the month, which is Saturn changing signs. Saturn is going to be moving into the sign of Pisces, and it's making its first entry there on the evening of March 7th. And so this is going to mark the time of a 3 to 4 year period that's going to cause a lot of different shifts in a positive way. And it also marks the beginning of a Saturn return for anyone who has Saturn natally in Pisces. So in your natal chart, the day that you were born, if you are born with Saturn in the sign of Pisces, this day marks the beginning of your official Saturn return. And this is going to be happening over the next 3 to 4 years. Saturn's going to kind of be transiting this area. For my Sagittariuses, this is affecting your 4th house. For my Sagittariuses, suns, moons, risings, this is affecting Sagittarius 4th house. So Saturn entering here, this is bringing a focus towards our foundation. Like, are we wanting to level up? Are we wanting to create more better boundaries or foundations in our home life, within our family life? And this is just bringing a healing time for this as well, because Saturn also helps us heal negative or toxic patterns. Being in the 4th house, if there's been any like negative or toxic patterns in our family, like growing up within our childhood that maybe are left unhealed, even if we're unaware of them, Saturn will help bring those things up so that we can heal them. And Saturn also helps us hunker down and kind of make more commitments. I don't really like using the word settling down, because settling down kind of makes us feel like we're settling for something, and Saturn is more of a high achiever. So Saturn isn't necessarily settling down, but it is sort of like where we commit to a foundation, especially in the 4th house. We're like settling into a foundation, and we're choosing where we want to root ourselves and where we want to make deeper commitments in our life. Although Saturn, again, has high standards, so Saturn keeps us and upholds us to a higher standard here. So we may have higher standards for our home life. We may be deciding where we officially want to root ourselves and plant ourselves for the next quite a few years to come. So there could be big changes happening over the next 3 to 4 years within where you live, your home life, within children as well, because children can be affected and show up within the 4th house or even the 5th house. But with Saturn here, there may be discussions around a family that you want to create or the family that you already have and things like that. And it helps us commit deeper into those things. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus. This is when it's going to be transiting your 6th house, and Venus really helps us focus on our health. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my Sagittarius you're really focused on your health in mid-March all the way to the end of March. And if you're focused on, eating healthy, working out, taking care of yourself, self-improvement, whenever Venus transits the 6th, it's massively about self-improvement, especially being in the sign of Taurus. This is a huge self-improvement. So that's going to be happening there. And then on the 18th, we have Mercury moving into Aries, which is going to be transiting your 5th house. This is going to be where a lot of things start going on. We're focused on having fun, and we may have a lot of plans coming up, but they're pleasurable plans that we're likely looking forward to. This could also be planning things with children, or maybe planning things about children for your future since it's in the 5th house, or just planning on, different dates that you want to go on. There could be more romance sparking in the air, or planning for certain things that are going to spark more joy, pleasure, and romance in your life. Then on the 20th, we have our spring equinox. The sun's going to move into the 5th house, which really highlights more of that pleasurable energy in our life once again. And we're maybe thinking about the bigger picture of what we want to achieve and work towards. And it's just a very heart expansive time. Then on the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, which is also in the 5th house. This could be where we're implementing new habits and new cycles within our area of life of pleasure, our area of life of romance, pleasure, fun, leisure, children. There's new cycles in all of these areas. So however this is affecting you, this affects all those aspects of life. So there's a new cycle emerging here for my Sagittariuses within that realm of life. Then on the 23rd, we have our second major transit of the month. And let me say, I am so excited for this transit. This is when Pluto is going to move signs. And it moves signs very rarely. It is the slowest moving planet in our solar system because it's the furthest out. And the last time it changed signs was 2008. So we've been in Pluto in Capricorn since 2008. And now Pluto is going to be in Aquarius. And it's going to stay here until 2044. So this is going to be a long transit that's going to create major shifts for us for the next 20 years. And Pluto, when it moves into Aquarius, it's going to be transiting now your 3rd house. Pluto is going to be showing you, all of my Sagittarius, suns, moons, and risings, this is now going to be showing you other aspects of yourself where you need to maybe work on communication so you can be a better communicator, because Pluto removes things that no longer serves us. So different ways of communicating that no longer serve us, different things that are in our life that no longer serve us, like little small things that are like, hey, there's no point in doing that anymore. It could even be things that we feel like we currently have a responsibility of, where Saturn is like, hey, Pluto's like, hey, that's no longer serving you. Let's find better, more efficient ways of doing this, for example. So it's like, I don't know, it's something, for some reason I'm thinking about the example of, like, let's say that you just don't have time for, like, I don't know, like cleaning your house anymore. I don't know why this example is coming up, but we're just going to roll with it. So let's say that cleaning your house is such a menial task, and let's say there's much bigger things that you could be doing with your time. Pluto's going to be like, hey, let's stop doing that and let's get it made. Like, Pluto's that kind of energy, but Pluto is a huge upgrade always. Pluto creates massive upgrades for us, and it removes anything that no longer serves us and replaces it with a gift. So being in your 3rd house, this is going to be removing people in your life that no longer serve you, especially friends. So friends in your life that no longer serve you. This is also going to take away menial tasks, mundane tasks in your life that no longer serve you. Things that you just shouldn't be spending your time doing because it's maybe a waste for you at this point. Maybe it's kind of like, hey, there's no point in that. Pluto is when it really upgrades us. So it's kind of like the kid that's still stuck on the pacifier. Pluto is going to be like, hey, it's time to mature. Let's remove that. That's really no longer serving you. It served you for a time, when you were younger, but it's time to grow up and it's time to level up. And it always brings with it blessings. Anything that it removes from our life, anything that it transforms, it brings with it a massive blessing. And so again, in your 3rd house, the blessings that you're going to see in your life are really important people that you connect with really deeply. You're also going to discover new information that really helps excel you. This is higher learning. This is a deep personal development where you're going to gain gifts within the realm of personal development. You're going to gain gifts within your mind and your ability to think and expand your mind. It's going to remove old limiting beliefs. It is going to remove like all things that are just really no longer serving you mentally, within communication, within mundane tasks. And also I'm hearing like communication barriers. If you have certain communication barriers in your life, whether that be being hard to express yourself, or not being able to speak properly, or not being able to public speak or teach, or not being able to focus on learning or reading, Pluto is like, hey, no more of that. Let's upgrade. So Pluto is going to help you upgrade your communication. It's going to help you upgrade your learning. It's going to help you upgrade your memory, your mind, your ability to absorb information, your ability to communicate information and thoughts and feelings and other things like that. So it's really stepping you up and leveling you up to the next level, where things are just going to become a lot easier for you in all of those aspects. Then on the 25th of the month, we have our last major transit of the month. We have Mars moving into Cancer, which is going to be transiting your 8th house. The 8th house is of endings and beginnings and deep transformations and of shared assets and of deeper suppressed desires. So as Mars moves over here, Mars can bring with it a very intense kind of energy. And sometimes when we're not utilizing that energy properly, it can build up and cause like frustration, friction, or intensity. Anytime that you notice that through the end of March, realize that it's actually Mars's gift, and Mars is trying to give you energy to leap forward. But sometimes when we're not leaping forward, it can create that friction. So Mars asks us to focus on, what do you want the outcome to be in this particular moment if you're feeling that frustration or intensity? Ask yourself, what do I want my outcome to be? What am I trying to get to? What am I trying to achieve right now? And then utilize that energy to help leap forward in that direction, to help drive you forward, because that's what Mars is for. It's to help us drive forward in those areas. But when we're not driving forward, that energy just builds up and causes an intensity, right? Because we're not utilizing all that energy that we're getting. So it's about utilizing it to move forward in that area. So that is what we have for you, my Sagittarius's suns, moons, and risings for the month of March, with all of those major transits coming up. Now, if you're curious about your love life for my Sagittarius's suns, moons, and rising, let's go ahead and talk about what you can expect in your love life. Okay, so we're going to pull 3 different cards here. There may be more that end up coming out, we'll see. But the first card is going to represent what Spirit wants to talk about within your love life, what Spirit wants to highlight, things that you may be experiencing or going through, or anything that you may be struggling with that maybe Spirit wants to bring some advice on. So let's see. Okay. Spirit wants to bring advice on fairy tale. So things that we believe are hard to happen. So Spirit wants to bring advice on this. So we may be struggling with fairy tale, maybe struggling with fantasy within our relationship, whether that be that we think that a positive outcome may just be fantasy, or we're having a hard time believing that what we desire is possible for us. So if we're struggling within that area where we're like, what I desire isn't even possible, what I desire might not actually exist, right? It might just be a fairy tale. If you're struggling with any of those things, let's go ahead and bring some more cards on this. This next card is going to represent Spirit's solution. And Spirit's solution is joyous and light. One of the things that Spirit wants to say is that if you can imagine it, the possibility is there. We just need to figure out how we can create that. But if you can think it, then you can actualize it, right? If you can even imagine it, it must mean that it exists on some level, way, shape, or form. So the light and joyous card is the solution, realizing that you can shine your light, you can express what you really desire, and you can achieve that. You can shine that light, you can create that into reality, but it's about living in that joyous energy, about embodying that fairy tale within you, about embodying that truth within you. If you desire to be swept off your feet in the most romantic, joyous, like most beautiful romantic kind of story, it's about embodying that for yourself in that moment, about becoming that energy, right? Because if you think about like any fairy tale that we've ever heard of before. The Wicked Witch doesn't really manifest a lot of romance her way. Not saying that anyone here is the Wicked Witch by any means, but these are archetypes to help us see kind of the difference in dynamics, right? So when we are embodying the energy of the Wicked Witch who's like, I don't believe in love, love is harsh, that doesn't really come around. Like, does she ever attract somebody that ends up sweeping her off her feet and showing her the world? Like, no, that doesn't really happen. But the one that's kind of, believes in love and believes in the possibility of a beautiful romance and is like, I'm going to find that. I'm going to find that. That type of optimism brings you towards taking those actions and makes you interact with potential suitors in a way that blossoms that experience to happen. Because we end up amplifying that within the people that we meet. We end up amplifying that within the situations that we're in because we are embodying that energy. So it's about embodying the energy of what you want, about believing that exists on such a deep level that we can embody it, and then we're going to begin to create that. But we can't really create it if we're focused on the not so goodness of life. So it's about changing your focus and embodying what you want and seeing the truth within that. And let's go ahead and pull a card for the outcome card. So as you begin to embody more of what you desire, your outcome card is nature. It becomes as natural as nature. It grows. Nature, you can think about it as blossoming. Nature blossoms. Nature, things are just natural. They happen naturally. They flow naturally. It's just part of nature. The fairy tale that you may question if it's possible or not is actually a natural part of nature to exist. Romance is a natural part of nature. Beauty is a natural part of nature. And if we embody these things, it'll become part of our natural nature. Our natural nature will be to experience those things because we are those things. Once you embody the fact that you are the flower, you're just going to be the flower. Once you embody that you are romance and that romance exists and the fairy tale of your life exists, that's going to be where it becomes as natural as nature for you to just grow. It just happens because the sunlight is there and we're providing the sunlight that it needs. So it's about being the light so that you can grow that aspect of your life. So that's basically the advice that Spirit had to give for today for my beautiful Sagittariuses, suns, moons, and risings. For your love life, it looks like you're going to be creating big transformations and embodying more of what you do want. And you're going to notice that that naturally begins to then become part of your natural life. So my beautiful Sagittariuses, be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I'm sending you all so much love, and I hope to see you in my next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Capricorns, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. So we start off on March 1st with Venus conjunct Jupiter in Aries, which is affecting your 4th house. Both of these planets are such high vibe, abundant, loving kind of planets. And when they conjunct each other, it just creates a very positive energy. And no matter what it is that we're experiencing and going through, the outcome is going to be positive when these two planets are conjunct. It just highlights the energy of love and expansiveness and abundance. Being in your 4th house, this is affecting the particular area of your home life. So this could be your family, your foundation, your actual home in general. This can also talk about our money or our savings. So maybe we just feel more abundant in this area. Maybe it feels like we're saving more and that we're able to have a more safe and secure foundation. So my Capricorns are starting off March feeling good, and you're starting off March with a good foundation to have a really good month ahead of you. So it's a really positive transit that we have right in the beginning. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. These are both in Aquarius, and this is happening right in your 2nd house. When these two planets conjunct, it creates a very productive energy of getting things done. Being in your 2nd house, this would be getting things done financially, getting things done materially for yourself. There could be certain things that maybe you are creating better boundaries so that you can achieve certain financial goals within money or within your material world. There might be something that you're planning on saving up for, and maybe you are creating better boundaries or rules in your life so that you can achieve something bigger for yourself, and so that you can go ahead and invest your time, money, and resources somewhere where it's going to pay off in the future. I'm kind of feeling this energy of like something that's paying off in the future, but doing some sort of like budgeting or planning or something like this, where maybe we're creating just like healthy rules for ourselves so that we can achieve bigger goals in the future. And this is definitely going to be an energy that really pays off for you down the line. Later on that evening, just because Mercury is moving so fast, after its conjunction with Saturn, it's then going to move into the zodiac sign of Pisces. So later on that evening, that's when Mercury begins its transit through Capricorn's third house. So as Mercury transits the third house, this is when communication is open. This is when we're learning new things. This is a great time of diving deeper into researching or learning or planning out things within your mind. It's really good for thinking and sorting through things and gaining clarity on anything that you need clarity on, anything that you want to learn or absorb. This is also a time where you may notice that your mind is just clearer and more open as well. And it's also a great time for dreaming and thinking beyond. And since this is in the zodiac sign of Pisces, sometimes this can create some brain fog. But whenever it does, we can just ask ourselves, like, am I just overworking too fast or too hard? Because when Mercury does end up going a little bit too fast, it can create brain fog. And so a way around this, in order to experience the positive sides of Mercury being in Pisces and going through the third house, the way that you can make this beneficial to you is by relaxing a little bit more, slowing down a little bit, and then you're going to gain that nice clarity and the nice energy where you're able to really think outside of the box, and then you're able to have a more clear mind. So definitely keep that in mind. If you do experience brain fog early on in the month, realize that that might just be because that Mercury energy, it's moving much too quickly and way too fast, and then we just need to slow down and kind of take a bit of a break, and then we'll notice tons of clarity and also just a great energy to imagine and think outside of the box on things. Then on the 7th of the month, we have two big things happening, and I'm really excited about these things. So first off, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is happening in your 9th house. Full moons are closing out old chapters, closing out old cycles. Being in the 9th house, this might be closing off like an old way of thinking, an old way of being, an old perspective or belief system that's no longer working for you. This can also close out different things, different perspectives that we used to have on the world that maybe we're realizing like, hey, that's actually kind of holding me back, and maybe I need to heal that. Maybe there's something here that I need to heal. This could be a fear that's been holding you back in your life. This could be a belief about something that's been holding you back that maybe has been restricting us from getting started on something that we really want to get started on, or a belief that makes us view something in a negative way when it's actually not. So it can just create those types of things. I apologize for my lighting. My lighting's been a bit weird for the past few days. It's been so cloudy and like the sun is just causing funny lighting. But later on that day, we also have another major transit, which is Saturn changing signs. It only changes signs once every few years because it's one of the slowest moving planets, and it's moving into the zodiac sign of Pisces. So this is going to be when Saturn begins entering my Capricorn's third house, and it's going to have its first entry on March 7th. And this does begin the Saturn return of people who have Saturn natally in Pisces. So if you look at your natal chart, which is the chart of when you were just born, if you have Saturn in Pisces, this would mark the beginning of your Saturn return, which happens every about 28 and a half years. But even if you don't have Saturn in Pisces, this is still going to affect you in a large way. And for my Capricorns, Saturn moving into Pisces, which is going to begin transiting your third house, this is a time of really getting clear on your communication, and also it's a time of teaching my Capricorns how to set proper boundaries, especially speaking them, and also mentally sticking to certain boundaries or rules or promises that you're making to yourself. It's also a time of learning how to communicate in clearer, deeper ways. And so you may be working on your voice a bit. You may be working on expression. You may be working on teaching or even learning. So there could be new things that you're going to be committed to learning at this time, new things that you're committed within growth. And this is also a time of doing like a mental detox as well. So over the next 3 to 4 years, my Capricorns, this is mental detox time, working on your communication, working on creating and sticking to boundaries and promises and rules that you make for yourself, and learning how to create healthy ones that can help you create more harmony in your life. So Saturn's going to be helping all my Capricorns to do that over the next 3 to 4 years. And then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus. That's going to be when Venus begins its transit in your 5th house. And Venus transiting the 5th is a very positive time because it brings out a sense of pleasure, a sense of love, a sense of expression. It could be when we get asked out on a date. It could be when we end up doing a really fun activity that we're really excited about. It can be a time where we have people expressing their admiration or their love for us, and we may be feeling those things on a deeper level as well. And it's just an overall really positive time whenever Venus transits the 5th. It's usually a very fun time where we're focused on creating more joy and fulfillment and pleasure within our life. So definitely expect that around mid and to the end of March. So that's another transit happening there. On the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries. Mercury's moving so fast through March, and Mercury transiting Aries is going to be transiting your 4th house. And this is a time where we may be communicating a lot with our family. We may connect with our family around this time. Like maybe we're going to get invited to something. Maybe we're going to feel just like seeing them or giving them a call or hearing from them. This can also be a time where we're really focused on getting stuff done around our house as well, just since the 4th house does rule the home life. So this could be a time where we're really busy and we have a lot of things to do, like, I want to clean out my closet, or I want to get organized in my house, or I want to maybe do something, or maybe there's just a lot of things that do need to be done around our house, and we're getting them done around that time because Mercury brings with it that really productive energy where we're just getting stuff done and organizing things. Then on the 20th of the month, we have the Sun moving into Aries, which is our spring equinox. And this is going to be when the Sun starts transiting through the 4th house, which just highlights more home life stuff for all my Capricorns, and also highlights family life and things like that. So the Sun transiting there is going to highlight that. Then we also have our new moon in Aries the next day. So the 21st of March, we have our new moon in Aries, which is in your 4th house. And this marks a brand new cycle, brand new beginning within your home life and within your family and your foundation, which can also include like your savings, your sense of security, your sense of foundation. And there's a new cycle birthing here. So we might start a new cycle with our family, for example. Maybe we're making a promise like, hey, I want to talk to you guys more. I want to see you guys more. Or maybe we're like, starting some sort of other new cycle with our family, or maybe we're starting fresh within our home because maybe we're getting a lot of stuff done with that Mercury transit, and now we're like, there's like a fresh new beginning here. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you are finished all of that home stuff around the 21st, and that kind of just births out a new cycle for you within your home life and family life. Then on the 23rd, we have our second most major transit of the month, which is Pluto moving signs. Pluto, the last time Pluto moved signs was 2008, and that's when it moved into Capricorn. It's been in Capricorn since, and now it's going to make its first entry into Aquarius, and that's happening on the 23rd of the month. And this marks a 20-year cycle, technically 21 years, because it's going to be staying in Aquarius pretty much until 2044. So this is going to be a big cycle, and it's going to be setting a brand new tone for all of my Capricorns. And specifically, Pluto is going to be transiting my Capricorn's 2nd house. This is going to be a time where Pluto is like the planet of transformation. It gets rid of things that no longer serve us, and it also brings us gifts to replace those things that it takes away. So being in your 2nd house, this is going to cause a lot of transformation for my Capricorns financially and materially. So there could be things that are no longer serving us financially or, within our material world that Pluto's like, hey, we need to change that. We need to change this structure, or we need to change in the way in which we are getting money, or the way in which we're saving money, or what we're investing our money into. Different things are going to transform around this time, and it's always for the best because Pluto only ever transforms or takes things away that are no longer serving us in the bigger picture, even though we may not realize it at the time. So it's kind of similar, the way that I like to explain this, and the way that I've been explaining this in this whole video so far has been, if you think about a baby, for example, and as they're growing up, you know, they like to suck on their pacifier and they're really like attached to it. But there comes a time where the parents kind of need to decide like, hey, you're getting too old for the pacifier. We need to kind of take that away because it's not going to serve you as an adult anymore. And there comes a time where we just need to remove those things. And even though the baby might be like, no, I still really want it. I still really want it. You know, and like, that's kind of like the Pluto energy. Pluto can see what's no longer serving us in the bigger picture, even if we may not realize it at the time. And Pluto transforms those things and removes those things from our life, but then also replaces them. It replaces them with something and always gives us a gift afterwards. So you will notice over the next 20 years, different things are going to be transforming for you periodically over the next 20 years, financially and materially, that are no longer serving you in the bigger picture. And it's going to help you transform your finances. It's going to help you transform your material world. And you may at this time go through times over the next 20 years where you're being given gifts to replace, you know, all of those other things. So this could be gifts financially, such as like getting a new job that all of a sudden you're like, wow, this is like way more incredible. Or you're going to be given new opportunities, new paths to go down in order to create better financial circumstances and in order to create better material circumstances. So this could be like a huge house transformation happening for you. This could be like a huge work or career transformation for you. But Pluto creates massive transformation wherever it transits. And so since it will be transiting here, this is what it's going to be sort of creating for my Capricorn. So definitely be open to that, be excited for that, because Pluto is, in my opinion, one of the best planets to create change, but change for the better. Some people see Pluto as a malefic, kind of scary planet, but I personally do not. I feel like it's one of the best planets to have. Also,
I found this on the web for Planet, but I personally do not feel like it's one of the best planets. Check it out.
Siri, I guess, doesn't like Pluto. I don't know if you guys heard that, but Pluto was just like, I personally feel like it's not one of the best planets. But it is. It's actually a very positive planet. Anytime that I've went through any Pluto transit in my life, it has always removed things that were no longer serving me, and it always replaced them with something that was so much better that you're always going to appreciate. But yeah, that's funny that Siri turned on there. I don't know if my microphone picked that up, but that was really funny. Anyway, the 25th of the month, we have our last major transit of the month, which is Mars moving into Cancer. And this is going to be when Mars begins transiting your 7th house. A lot of the times when Mars is transiting any area for us, it can create a buildup of energy because Mars comes with it a lot of energy, because Mars is the planet of taking action and driving forward and moving forward on things. And in order to do that, we need a lot of energy. So Mars comes with it a lot of fiery, intense kind of energy. When we don't utilize this energy properly, it can kind of create a lot of heat and a lot of buildup and a lot of intensity when we're not utilizing it to actually move forward on something. So being in your 7th house, Mars is going to be transiting your 7th house at the end of the month. And this can be where we get some sort of tension or friction in our close relationships, whether that be friendships or romantic partnerships. It can kind of create a little bit of friction here if we're not using this energy properly. So it's something to be aware of. If you do ever notice intensity or friction in your relationships by the end of March, as Mars begins this transit, Mars is asking you to think about, what do you want the outcome of this to be? Do you want the outcome to be something of love, something that's great? What do you want your outcome to be? What are you trying to get towards? What is your end goal here? And then you can utilize that intense energy that you're getting and use it to make big leaps forward in that area of your life. So Mars is actually a very positive planet, but we need to be utilizing it correctly. You know, it's the planet of the warrior. And if the warrior's not really moving forward, the warrior's like, you know, gonna have all this intensity, built up energy and be like, it's like it creates like an intensity when we're like, no, warrior, you're gonna be caged up. Like, that's just no good. It's gonna be trying to like, get out in order to leap forward and make the moves that it wants to do. So this is about allowing that energy to help you move forward rather than sort of, not moving forward. So using that awareness, all of a sudden you can transmute this energy to being very positive. So that is what we have for my Capricorns for the month of March. If you are now curious about your love life for my Capricorn suns, moons, and risings, let's go ahead and take a look at your love life. All right, so we're gonna be using the cards to look at your love life. The first card that we're gonna pull is a card that Spirit will be using to kind of talk about the overall energies and maybe something that Spirit wants to give advice on. Maybe it could be something that we're struggling with that Spirit wants to speak about. That's going to be our first card. The second card is going to be the solution, and then the third card is going to be the outcome. So that's how we're going to do this in today's video. So let's see the first card. What does Spirit want to talk about in my Capricorn's love life, sun, moon, and rising? What does Spirit specifically want to talk about? So the card that we have here is wisdom. So there could be something, when this comes up as our sort of struggle card, this can represent that sometimes we don't know what to do, and sometimes we're questioning, am I doing the right thing? Like, you know, am I choosing the right thing to do? Or, you know, we're sort of questioning ourselves and, you know, if we're capable of doing the right thing, or if we are taking the right action, especially when we're faced with certain circumstances. So let's go ahead and find our solution card for this and see what we have. We have two cards that came out as the solution card. We have Earth and Harmony, and Earth is your element. Earth and harmony. This is about grounding yourself. Earth talks about grounding and rooting into, you know, confidence and trusting yourself, not letting your mind wander off too far and start questioning all of these things, because sometimes when we overanalyze and over-question or we overthink, it can bring with us a lot of worry, and then we're not able to sit in a stable, grounded place and speak from a place of wisdom. When we overthink, we can kind of get anxiety, and then it's hard to speak from our heart. It can be hard to speak our truth because we're just so kind of lost and confused at that point and over analyzing things that we're not really grounded anymore. And once we ground ourselves, if that's, you know, that's coming up as our solution card, to get grounded, you know, to take a deep breath, let go of all of these overthinking sort of thoughts, it's going to bring us back to harmony. And when we're in harmony, that's a place where we can tap into infinite wisdom. A beautiful thing that, you know, our whole spirit and our soul is capable of is our spirit and our soul holds all the wisdom within it that we ever need. And through the process of reflection, grounding, even meditation, we can get wild epiphanies, and that comes from within, right? Our epiphanies and our wisdom really does come from within, because we can't necessarily learn something just because somebody tells it to us. It's only when we actually integrate it from within, from our own inner wisdom, and we tap into that and connect with it and integrate it, that's when we actually learn things, right? That's when we actually create that growth and that wisdom. So what Spirit's advice is for you, if you're ever questioning if you're doing the right thing, if you're ever questioning, you know, your wisdom or things that maybe you've done even in the past or anything like that, just ground yourself, come back within and connect with that inner infinite wisdom that's there, and it's going to bring you right back to harmony. And let's go ahead and see our outcome card. We had a card fall out right away. Oh my goodness, we have the card of meditate. I feel like Spirit wanted to give one more piece of advice here. It's just meditate. Meditation is one way. It's actually, in my opinion, the most powerful way to tap into that infinite wisdom that we have within. Of course, also the process of reflection can help us do that as well. And reflection is a form of meditation. So being able to just meditate on that topic, don't overthink it, but just really sit with the feeling of whatever it is that you're going through, and then tap into that inner wisdom. Just quiet the mind. And through the process of quieting the mind, this is when you can open up to that infinite wisdom, and you get like little epiphanies that come through. I also want to pull one more card for our outcome card, but the card of meditation is the outcome card. I feel like is going to help calm us. It's kind of a card that represents calmness and peace and inner trust, because when we meditate, that's because we have that inner trust, that inner relationship with ourselves where we can build confidence, build inner trust, build that inner wisdom, and then we're not really questioning it anymore because we feel like we understand it on a deeper level. So I feel like you're just going to get deeper understanding through meditation. Let's get one more outcome card here. One more outcome card for my Capricorn's love life. All right, there we go. Hope. It brings us back to the place of hope in our future and trusting. Because when we hope for something, there's an aspect of ourselves that kind of trusts in the possibility of a positive outcome. So coming back to that place, I think it's going to create a lot more balance for you, a lot more harmony, and a lot more peace and calmness within your love life to tap into that inner wisdom that you have and to trust and know that you do have that. You do have that. So that's what we have for my Capricorn's love life, building that inner connection with yourself for your love life so that you can tap into that inner wisdom and see and build that confidence and that trust within yourself that you can then bring to your love life and create more peace and harmony there. So my beautiful Capricorn suns, moons, and risings, I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising signs to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I'm sending you all so much love, and I hope to see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Aquariuses, suns, moons, and risings, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for the month of March of 2023. So on March 1st, we start off with Venus conjunct Jupiter. I'm losing my my words here. Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries, and this is happening all in your third house. Whenever Venus conjuncts Jupiter, it creates a very positive energy. It's a very loving, very abundant energy, and it creates a positive sort of atmosphere over the whole world when these two planets conjunct. So it's very positive for all the signs, and even if you're having a bad day that day, there's always a positive outcome when it's Venus conjunct Jupiter. So expect positive things to happen during the beginning of March. Since this is happening particularly in your third house, this can indicate that we are communicating a lot of loving energy, or we're even receiving communication from other people where other people are expressing a lot of love towards us, a lot of appreciation, and this is a time of expanding love. So we might be feeling more love and we might be inclined to express those things. This can be feeling a lot more love and connectiveness to our friends, to our intimate relationships, and just being able to receive and communicate more of that love and appreciation and that abundant sort of feeling and being able to expand on that. This can also be a time where we're going out on a really fun date. This can also be a time where we're just feeling really good in general, and maybe we're just feeling a lot of self-love and even treating ourselves to something that makes us feel really good. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. Mercury conjunct Saturn is a very great time for getting things done and being productive. And since this is also happening in your first house, because this is happening in the sign of Aquarius, this is a great time of working on projects, doing things that make you feel good, doing things where it's a lot of like self-discipline, where you're proud of yourself because you are being productive on something that may require some self-discipline. So this could be productive at work, productive on things that you've been really wanting to work on and build within yourself. So, and this is also a time of making new plans for self-improvement, making new plans to really enhance the self and to grow and blossom more. So that transit is going to be great, and that's happening on the 2nd of March. Then, just because Mercury is moving super fast through the entire month of March, later on that evening, after Mercury conjunct Saturn, it then moves and changes signs and moves into Pisces later on that evening, which is going to be when Mercury begins transiting your 2nd house. Mercury transit the 2nd is a great time of creating more abundance in your life. It could be being productive in ways that help us make more money. This could be being productive, planning things or expanding into ideas that may make us more money down in the future. So we maybe just be planning certain things, being curious about how we can expand our finances or our material world, because the 2nd house is finances and our material world. And with Mercury there, it helps us really get things done. It also helps us with planning and thinking outside of the box, especially since it's in the zodiac sign of Pisces. So it really helps us think outside the box when it comes to those things. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is going to be in the 8th house. Full moons help us close out old cycles or old phases. And Being in Virgo in the 8th house, there's an old cycle that we're closing out here that may be like old emotions that we're still storing, or old fears that we have that we're still storing. And the full moon in Virgo helps us heal that, and also helps us heal different subconscious things that maybe we didn't even realize were sort of maybe holding us back. It is also a time of a lot of psychic intuition, so we may just be feeling a lot of things. We may be more highly sensitive to detecting whether or not people are being truthful with us, or we could just see deeper into things during this time, and we can think a lot deeper. Then also on the 7th, we have one of our first major transits of the entire month, which is such a big, significant transit, which is Saturn moving into Pisces. Saturn rarely ever changes signs. It changes signs like once every 3 to 4 years, and it is now moving into Pisces, which is going to be when it begins its transit in your 2nd house. So if any of my Aquariuses natally have Saturn in Pisces, this is also marking the beginning of your Saturn return. This isn't going to be happening for everyone, but a Saturn return happens every approximately 28 and a half years. And if you natally have Saturn in Pisces, this is going to be when it's marking the beginning of your Saturn return, which is going to affect you much deeper. However, even if you don't have Saturn in Pisces in your natal chart, this will still be affecting you on a deep level, because this is going to shift a lot of things in your world. So being in the sign of Pisces, this is going to be transiting your 2nd house, and this is where we create a lot more commitment, a lot more boundaries, and a lot more things that help us really stay determined and stay on track. So Saturn really helps us hunker down, create more maturity, and create more success in any area that it transits. Being in the 2nd house, this is enhancing your financial world, creating more boundaries here that are going to help you stay on track to bigger financial success. Saturn helps us climb the mountain of whatever it is that we're working on. Saturn helps us see our weak spots and helps us turn them into strengths. So any area within our financial or material world that we would like to improve, the next 3 to 4 years as Saturn begins transiting here for my Aquariuses, you're going to see a lot of shifts and a lot of improvement in your financial and material world. Sometimes we have to learn those things, sometimes the hard way, depending on how we end up sort of facing those and dealing with them in our life, just because Saturn is, you know, a much more straightforward kind of teacher, and we do learn a lot during a Saturn transit. And as this transit goes by, we're going to be learning a lot about how to up-level our finances and how to create more abundance, and also how to expand our material world into something that we're like really proud of. Saturn's helping us reach higher goals and to also create better values for ourselves, because the 2nd house is also our values. So Saturn is like, hey, let's create better values. Let's create better financial circumstances. Let's create better everything. And it's going to be teaching us all of those types of lessons. So again, that's going to be going through and setting the tone for the next 3 to 4 years. So there's going to be a lot more abundance that you will be learning, and learning how to attain, and then attaining it. Then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus, which is going to be when it begins transiting our 4th house. Venus transit the 4th is when we sort of do some home improvements, or we feel really good. And it can also be a time where we connect with our family more. Being the zodiac, or being the planet of Venus in Taurus, this could also be when we connect with our family again, or we begin talking to them, or our family reaches out to us and maybe we have like a deeper connection with them. It can invite those experiences into our life, and it can also invite in just the experiences of improving and bringing more love to our home, to our foundation. It can also be a time where we're saving more money and we feel like, oh, our money is increasing and I'm feeling a lot better about it, and I feel like I'm investing into myself and into my future. Then on the 18th of the month, we have Mercury moving into Aries, which is going to be when it begins transiting our 3rd house. And Mercury transit the 3rd really helps us get stuff done. It also really helps us do the planning that we need. It helps us think about new things that we need to do and get done, and things that we want to maybe incorporate into our life. It can also help us learn new things and expand our consciousness, expand our mind. It could be when we adopt a new interest or a new hobby that we're like, ooh, this is fun and exciting. And it can bring us new information that helps us improve and take action in our life in a better way. Then on the 20th, we also have the sun moving into Aries, which is of course our spring equinox, and it's the beginning of a new zodiacal, year of the Zodiac. And this is going to be also in your third house. So this is a time of expanding the mind, a time of expanding your inner wisdom, learning new things, and connecting and networking with people as well as the third house. Then on the next day, the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, which is of course also in the third house. This is definitely a great time to connect with new people, start new cycles within learning, within expanding yourself, starting new cycles within your everyday tasks, and starting a new kind of cycle here where we are doing new things, and we probably have a new thing that we're incorporating into our life. Then on the 23rd, we have our second most major transit of the month, which is Pluto moving into Aquarius. The last time it changed signs was 2008, and it's been in Capricorn ever since 2008. And Pluto is the slowest moving planet. It's the planet that's on the very outside of our solar system. And although it's not really counted as a planet anymore, it still is a planet in astrology. And it moves signs very rarely. And so the fact that we have Saturn moving signs and also Pluto moving signs within the same month is creating a very big shift in our energy. And since it's now moving into Aquarius, it's moving into your sign. So this is going to be affecting your first house. This is going to be affecting my Aquariuses on a very deep level. This is affecting you on a personal level. And Pluto, a lot of people see Pluto as a negative planet, and I completely disagree. I think Pluto is one of the most amazing transformative planets ever, and I'm really excited whenever I personally go through a Pluto transit, because Pluto, what it does is it takes away anything that no longer serves us, and it transforms it and takes it away so that it can replace it with a gift that does serve us. And it always replaces it with a gift without fail. So you will notice a lot of personal changes. This transit is going to be taking place over the next 20 years. So it's going to stick around until 2044 in the sign of Aquarius. And so this is going to be creating massive shifts over the next 20 years for all of my Aquariuses. There's going to be aspects of yourself that are completely shifting, aspects of yourself that you didn't even realize are going to be shifting. Things that are no longer serving you on a personal level are going to be taken away and changed and transmuted into something that does serve you. So there could be, this could be anything to deal with insecurities, ways of thinking on yourself, or ways of thinking about the external world. Anything that's personal to you, anything that's no longer serving you is going to be shifted and transformed. And this is going to be transformed in a very positive way. All my Aquariuses, this is like your magical awakening over these next 20 years. And it's not going to take you 20 years to go through this whole process. There's just going to be increments happening over the next 20 years that are going to be transforming you on a soul level. And this is a massive upgrade. Pluto really helps us upgrade and shed the things that no longer serve us. The example that I've been giving for everyone so far to kind of explain the energies of Pluto, which is a really good example, would be thinking about like a toddler or a baby. We usually give them pacifiers to help kind of comfort them and to help them, it's something that they kind of need. But there comes a time in life where sucking on a pacifier is not really serving you anymore, and it's kind of just holding you back, but you may not realize it. So a toddler usually doesn't realize that the pacifier isn't serving them anymore. And, the parents begin to take it away and use it less. And the baby's like, I loved that thing. What are you guys doing? This doesn't make any sense. Like, what? And usually, it can cause a little bit of upset, but at the same time, this is serving them on a much bigger level, because you don't want to be an adult that still needs to suck on a pacifier, right? Like, that'd be a little strange. So Pluto can see the bigger picture in our lives, and Pluto will see anything that's holding us back that we may not recognize in the moment. And Pluto's like, you don't need that anymore. Let me take that away. Let me help you out. So Pluto's kind of almost like the parent that can have that big overview on our lives that's like, let me transform this for you. And it will always, always, always replace it with a gift, something that does serve us. So you'll be noticing a lot of personal upgrades over these next 20 years, a lot of personal shifts that bring you to brand new heights that you didn't even realize were possible. If you have personal problems in your life right now, if there's something that you're dealing with on a personal level that's been hard for you or difficult, Pluto will help alchemize those things and transform them into things that do serve you. And this is going to be a lot of self-development, self-improvement on a deep level. And so just invite in those experiences, because Pluto, again, is one of my favorite planets of all time. It creates very positive changes. Then on the 25th of March, we have our last kind of more major transit of the month, which is going to be Mars moving into Cancer, which is going to be when it begins its transit in your 6th house. So Mars is the planet of action, and it can sometimes create a little bit of like friction when we're not utilizing the energy properly. Of course, if we have a lot of like action, drive energy, but we're just kind of like sitting there, it's going to kind of like fester and build up to the point where it feels really intense because we're not using that energy properly. And so advice that I always like to give about Mars transits is to ask yourself if there's any moment during this transit that you're feeling an intense energy or a friction or anything like that. This is an opportunity to ask yourself, what is the outcome that I would prefer right now? What is this energy maybe trying to push me towards doing? And what is the outcome that I would love to achieve here? Would I love to achieve an outcome of love, of ease, of balance, of freedom, of whatever? And then how can we use all that buildup of energy to then take action and make big leaps forward in that area? Being in your 6th house, this can cause some friction when it comes to your schedule, when it comes to your work, your service to others, healing, fitness, health, and things like that. So if we're noticing anything that's, giving us a little bit of an intense energy, this is an opportunity where we get to ask ourselves, what do I really want the outcome to be here? And how can I use this energy to take massive action and make a big leap forward here to attain that achievement or that goal or that outcome? So that is what we have for my Aquarius's suns, moons, and risings for your March astrology of 2023. If you're curious about your love life for my Aquarius's suns, moons, and risings, let's go ahead and hop right into your love life. Okay, so my Aquarius's suns, moons, and risings, let's go ahead and find out about your love life for the month of March. The first card that we're going to pull is going to represent something that Spirit wants to talk about. It could be like a theme that we're dealing with, something that we're facing, something that we may be struggling with or feeling a challenge in that Spirit wants to speak upon. I know this is kind of like different way of doing a love prediction, but it's been like really cool so far with really cool advice. So that's the way that we've been doing it. So I'm basically going to shuffle these. We're going to look at that one being the first card, then Spirit is going to give us the second card, which is going to show us the solution, and then the third card is going to speak about the outcome. So let's go ahead and see the first card that Spirit wants to reveal as something that we are maybe struggling with, that Spirit wants to talk about. Okay, there's one card that flipped over in here. Let's see. We have mindful. Being mindful. When that comes up as the struggle card, this can indicate that sometimes we are making either assumptions about certain things, or maybe we speak without thinking about what we're saying, or maybe we feel like someone's doing that to us. Like maybe we feel like somebody is speaking things and not really necessarily being super mindful, or maybe it's also showing us areas where we might not be realizing that we're maybe not being very mindful in certain areas of our life, and it might be causing, a feeling of being misunderstood, a feeling of being not appreciated. It can also talk about when we don't feel appreciated by our partner because we don't think that they're recognizing what we're doing, or vice versa. So let's go ahead and see the solution card that Spirit wants to bring up for my Aquariuses. What is the solution card? The solution card is soulful. Wow, soulful and mindful. When soulful comes up as our solution card, this is about connecting back to your soul. When we're connected with our soul, and when we also recognize and see the soul within another person, we're able to see that and feel that and recognize that. That is when we're able to really feel the appreciation for someone. And even if someone is maybe, not saying the right thing, like maybe they said the wrong thing, or maybe they are not saying anything at all, when we can feel into their soul, that's usually when we can tap into the feeling where we just know that they feel that way, right? And a lot of the times people don't have malicious intent behind what they're saying, behind what they're doing. A lot of the times it comes from actually a good place. A lot of the times. Sometimes it doesn't. There are exceptions, of course. But a lot of the times when it comes to partnerships, and especially when it comes to people that we've been with for a while, or maybe connecting with a new person, sometimes we can accidentally say the wrong thing, or sometimes we aren't so mindful anymore. And when we can connect back to the soul of someone, when we can feel into the soul of someone, we can then kind of see like, oh, you know what? This person does have really good intentions, but maybe they were just like, I don't know, stumbling over their words, or maybe they just didn't recognize what we're doing because they're going through a lot of stress. When you can tap into the soul of someone, that's when we can generally sort of feel the energy behind what it is that they're saying, what they're doing, what they're trying to get across to us. And the Soulful card, it's such a great way of being able to reach a place of deep connectedness where we're not necessarily seeking validation all the time, or we're not needing things to be perfect anymore, because we can see deep into that person's soul and understand them on a deep level, which helps us be more mindful, right? It helps us be more mindful. It helps other people be more mindful, because when we can see their soul and we can recognize it, people feel understood, and it helps the connection to deepen. I hope this is making sense so far. Let's go ahead and get one last card here. For my Aquariuses, this card is going to represent the outcome for your love life. So once we embrace more soulfulness, what is the outcome for our love life? When we can recognize our soul, our good intentions, when we can recognize the soul of another person and what they're really truly feeling. It'll help us understand deeper. So let's see, our outcome card, we have joyous. Of course. Joyous. This brings us back to a state of joy, of peace, where we can feel like we can celebrate, where we feel like we can have that expansive, loving energy, and we can share more joy together rather than feeling like we're being weighed down, or feeling like we're misunderstood, or not being recognized or appreciated. This just brings us back to the joyousness. So the soulful, and I'm also seeing in this Soulful card, one of the greatest practices that you can do is sort of staring into each other's eyes. The eyes on the owl are so like big and prominent there. And it's just reminding me of when you look into somebody's eyes, a lot of the times, eyes never lie. And when you look into somebody's eyes, you can kind of feel and see the soul. Like the eyes are the window to the soul. That's a saying. And it's so true. Like when you connect with someone and you kind of deeply stare into each other's eyes for like an entire minute, you can generally feel a lot of their soul, and that can help us be more mindful. It can help bring more mindfulness, more connectedness, more understanding between two people, and it brings us back to the joyous sort of states. And so Spirit's advice for my Aquarius is, that was your little reading there from Spirit. So it looks like there's a lot more joy that can birth in your love life when we use more soulfulness rather than trying to seek out mindfulness constantly. Mindfulness is definitely important, but when we seek out soulfulness, it kind of like creates more mindfulness as the outcome of that. So my beautiful Aquariuses, suns, moons, and risings, that's what we have for you for the month of March. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising sign to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I'm sending you all so much love, and I hope to see you in my next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful Pisces, suns, moons, and risings, and welcome to your part of the Zodiac sign prediction for March of 2023. So on the first of the month, we have Venus conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries, which is going to be in your second house. These two planets are both super positive and bring with them a very loving, abundant, and expansive energy. Being in your second house, this can increase our material world. This can increase our financial world. Maybe we're just having a better time financially. Maybe we're making good choices. Maybe we are receiving gifts of some kind, because this can also indicate that we're receiving some sort of gift, or things are happening in our material world that are making us feel more love and creating more expansiveness within our environment and the area that's around us. This can also be a great time for career as well. This could be like things that are happening or accumulating in the divine ethers that are going to help us within our career or within our money and within our material world. So that's a very positive transit that comes by. And even if we're having a negative day, these two planets, when they are conjunct, it creates a very positive atmosphere that will create positive outcomes no matter what. So just keep that in mind in the beginning of March, even though I see you guys having a great day, because those two planets conjunct just creates a great energy. Then on the 2nd of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. This creates a very productive energy, and this is happening in Aquarius, which is in your 12th house. So these two planets, when they conjunct, this is a very like we're disciplined, we have willpower, and we are determined to get certain things done. Being in your 12th house, this can be doing a lot of mental cleanup. So kind of sorting out what's important for me to focus on, what's not important for me to focus on. We may have realized lately that sometimes our mind tends to focus on things that we're like, you know what, what's the point of focusing on that? Like, it doesn't do me any good, right? So it's kind of like a mental cleanup where, sorry, I was pulling on my microphone cord there. It's a mental cleanup where we're sort of seeing what things that we maybe are ready to let go of, things that are no longer serving us within our mind, that we can begin to just heal and let go of, so that we can focus on what really matters and get things done that really matter. And also, if we've been having a hard time mentally, where it's been hard for us to maybe mussy up the mental capacity to do things, this is a time where that will be healed, and we'll sort of be getting our answers as to why that was, so that we can actually overcome that. Then later on that evening, because Mercury is moving super fast through the month of March, we have Mercury then moving into the zodiac sign of Pisces later on. And that's going to be, of course, when it moves into your sign, which is in your first house, which creates a very productive inner self. So as you're sort of sorting out all of this mental stuff, when Mercury passes by Saturn and is in your 12th house, and then it moves on into your first house later on that day, this is what's going to create a lot more productivity within the self. It'll make you want to take action on certain things, because we're doing that good mental cleanup, realizing what really matters, and you may find yourself really inspired to take certain action, or maybe you get a lot of ideas around that time that you're like, ooh, I see myself in a new way. I want to improve myself, because this could be a lot of self-improvement and taking action on different things that really help boost you and make you feel better and make you feel motivated. And this could be a lot of self-realizations as well that help you learn and expand and grow. Then on the 7th of the month, we have our full moon in Virgo, which is in your 7th house. And the full moon, full moons help us close out old cycles and old chapters, and being in your 7th house in Virgo, this is helping you heal old things within relationships, old things within stuff that we held on to from our past in our relationships, or maybe wanting to approach relationships in a different way. There could be a lot of deep learning that you've done, and this is a time where now you're like, I don't want to repeat the same old patterns in relationships anymore. And this could be relationships on a romantic level, on a platonic level, or even our really close familial relationships. So there could be a lot of healing done at this time. I wouldn't be surprised if you receive an apology from somebody, or if you feel like giving an apology to somebody, or if you just feel more healed from a particular situation from the past, or if you just have greater understanding to the point where you're just like, I feel more balanced, I feel more liberated, I feel more free in this area. So it will be helping close down and heal old things within relationships for all of my Pisces. On that same day, we also have another major transit happening. This is our first major transit of the month of March, which is Saturn moving into Pisces. This is obviously moving into your first house, because this is your zodiac sign, and it's making its first entry on March 7th. So for all of my people who natally have Saturn in Pisces, so in your natal chart, if you're born with Saturn in Pisces, this marks the beginning of your Saturn return, which is going to be lasting for the next 3 to 4 years, and it's going to create a lot of shifts for you. Whenever we have our Saturn return, it creates a very sort of intense but higher learning and great growth and expansion sort of time. However, even if you don't natally have Saturn in Pisces, no matter what sign your natal Saturn is in, this is still going to be affecting you on a deep level. So as Saturn moves into Pisces, since it's transiting your first house as a Pisces sun, moon, or rising, this is going to affect you on a very personal level. The first house deals with the personal self, and it also deals with the physical body as well. So you may find yourself being more disciplined when it comes to your physical body. So Saturn really helps us see, where might I be neglecting myself? Where might I be neglecting what I really need? what are things that I've done before that weren't so good for me? And this is also a time where if you have any sort of insecurities on a mental, emotional, or physical level, Saturn helps us heal those things. Saturn helps us see the truth behind our insecurities, and it also helps us really up level. So if you've struggled with insecurities in the past, this is a time where Saturn's going to be helping us heal that and up level, because Saturn helps us improve. Saturn is a planet of improvement, creating proper boundaries as well. So when it comes to your health and your physical and personal and emotional and mental well-being, Saturn is helping you create those changes and create those boundaries to break old patterns and habits when it comes to the self, to take yourself on a more serious level, not in a bad way. So even if you're already serious with yourself, Saturn just helps you create more balance with the seriousness of the self. And Saturn is such a level up kind of planet. It's such a glow up. Like anytime it transits a certain area, it helps you level up that area. It helps you learn more so that you can grow and climb the mountain. Saturn can be looked at as like a mountain to climb, and it gives you the self-discipline to actually achieve something greater. So all of my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings, you're going to be achieving greater things on a personal level. This is a huge self-improvement time that's going to be taking place over the next 3 to 4 years. So enjoy that transit coming up. That's going to be a great one. And then on the 16th of the month, we have Venus moving into Taurus, which is going to be when it transits your 3rd house. This could be a time where we're connecting with people that we really enjoy. This could be a time where there's certain events that are happening. Maybe our friends are inviting us out. Maybe our friends are expressing their appreciation towards us. It could also be a time where we're just really excited and we love to learn. That could also be a time that comes out here. So the 3rd house is all about networking, communication, friends, doing small little things, small little events going on. And with the planet of Venus coming here, it adds beauty to this. It adds love. It adds abundance to that area. So enjoy that transit. And that's going to be happening mid-March and last all the way till the end of March. Then on the 18th, we have Mercury moving into Aries, which is going to be where it begins its transit through your 2nd house. This could be where we're doing financial planning. This could be where we're planning on different things that we desire in our material world. You may want to watch out for overspending around that time, because Mercury can give us so many ideas. And when it's in our 2nd house, it can sometimes make us be like, oh, I have an idea. Like, should I buy that or should I buy that? And it's usually a bunch of small things that accumulate to a large price. So just be mindful of that through the rest of March from the 18th and beyond, that even if we're wanting a bunch of small little things and we're like, oh, it's no big deal, just be mindful of the way that you may be spending your money at that time. But at the same time, Mercury also does help us on a positive level, because it helps us plan out things financially. So it helps us kind of realize and maybe begin planning things that can help us financially in the future. So it has 2 different sides to it depending on how we use it. So if you use it consciously, it'll help us in a good way and help us, recognize these patterns and these things. And yeah. Then on the 20th of the month, we have the sun moving into Aries, which is our spring equinox. And this is when the sun is going to begin transiting your 2nd house as well. So this kind of just illuminates different things for you in your material world. What are things that we want to improve on in our material world? What are things we want to improve on financially? What are things we want to improve on within our values? What are the things that we value in life? And do we want to shift or change those values at all in order to better reflect the sort of life that we want? Then on the 21st, we have our new moon in Aries, which is of course also in the 2nd house. And this marks a new cycle for you financially and materially and within your values. So there is going to be something that then changes around this time in that area for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings. And this is going to mark a new time. And it's also a really good time of like just new cycles in general for finances. And this can create really positive new energy in that area. Then on the 23rd, we have our 2nd most major transit of the month, which I cannot believe we have these 2 major transits happening within the same month. So we had Saturn changing signs. Now we also have Pluto changing signs. Both of these planets rarely ever change signs. It takes them years to change signs. Saturn changes signs once every like 3 to 4 years, and then Pluto takes sometimes like 20 years to change a sign. The last time that it changed signs was in 2008 when it moved into Capricorn, and now it's going to move into Aquarius for the first time in a long time. So As it moves into Aquarius, this is going to be affecting your 12th house, and this is going to be a 20-year transit. This transit's going to be lasting up until 2044, and Pluto is the planet of deep transformations, and it also actually brings us gifts. So it takes away things that no longer serves us and transmutes them into things that do serve us and help us reach new heights. Being in the 12th house for my Pisces, this is going to take away anything that no longer serves you mentally. Things that no longer serve you that maybe we've been putting off or that we've been not wanting to shift. This is going to help us free ourselves mentally over these next 20 years. And it's not going to take us an entire 20 years to see the effects of this. This is something that we may already be feeling even right now. And it's just going to happen in increments. And there's just going to be constant improvement happening over here for my Pisces. So a lot of people see Pluto as a negative planet. However, I do not. It's one of my favorite planets of all time. And this is also a deep spiritual awakening. So my Pisces, Pluto transiting the 12th, massive spiritual awakening on a deep level, but in a positive way. So let me explain basically. The example that I've been giving so far in this video to explain Pluto and its effects is sort of like the parent of a child. So say you have a child and they go through a time of their life where they need a pacifier, or they need like their blankie to fall asleep at night. But there comes a time where the parents are like, they don't really need that anymore, and they should probably grow out of that. And even though the child is like, why are you taking this away from me? That brought me so much comfort. I love that thing. Of course, as an adult, we don't want to still be sucking on our pacifier and falling asleep with our little blankie and things like that. So, you know, the planet of Pluto is sort of like the adult that can see the bigger picture of things. And it's like, you're getting to the point where that is no longer going to serve you in the future. In fact, it's just going to hold you back if you keep, you know, perpetuating this particular thing, or if you keep this thing in your life. So Pluto helps us take away those things. Pluto's like the parent that's like, no, sorry, you don't need that anymore. But it also always replaces it with something positive. So Pluto, it's the planet of transformation. So it's kind of like the caterpillar when it gets upgraded to having the wings. Transiting your 12th house, this is going to make you more psychic. It's like a psychic awakening for a lot of people. It can be where you are going through a deeper spiritual awakening. It's also a mental cleanup as well. So it's going to be taking away anything mentally that's no longer serving you. Like, for example, ruminating on old thoughts, ruminating on old insecurities, having limiting beliefs that have been holding us back in our life. All sorts of things like this. So it'll be helping us clear that out, and it always brings a gift. Always brings a gift. So you're going to be seeing gifts within the spiritual world. You're going to be seeing gifts within the realm of your mind. There's going to be gifts within your mind where all of a sudden now you're going to be able to think outside the box and sort of see things in a new way and create more of a dream reality for yourself, with Pluto being in the 12th house. Pluto's going to help you kind of create more of that dream reality and see how you can go about implementing that. So be excited for that transit. That's going to be a great one. And then on the 25th, we have our last major transit of the month of March, which is Mars moving into Cancer. This is going to be where Mars begins transiting your 5th house. Mars can come with it a lot of energy. And so whenever we go through any Mars transit, it can cause a buildup of energy in the area that it's transiting for us. So being in your 5th house, this is the house of pleasure, of fun, of children. It can talk about dating and romance. Mars will bring a lot of energy here. However, if we're not utilizing that energy properly, it can create a little bit of friction and a little bit of intensity. So you may notice some intensity when it comes to fun, pleasure, romance, or children. There may be some friction there. However, Mars is actually an opportunity. So anytime that we see that friction or that intensity, it's an opportunity for us to ask ourselves, what do I want the outcome to be? What am I trying to actually get to? What would I desire the outcome to be if I could choose? Which you can choose. And Mars is asking you to define your target. What are you trying to get to? What is the outcome that you want to achieve? Because Mars is like, hey, I'm giving you all the energy right now to take a huge leap in that direction, to make massive progress in that area. So this is also a time where we can make massive progress in our romantic life, the life with our children if we have any, in the area of pleasure and fun. This is where we can make a lot of progress in that area. And so Mars is helping and giving you that energy. And when Mars transits the 5th house, by the way, it can give us a lot of energy to have a lot of fun and a lot of excitement and a lot of joy. But anytime that we're noticing friction, it's because we're not utilizing that energy to get to that outcome. So it's a reminder to use that energy properly and wisely. So that is what we have for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings for the month of March of 2023. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you're curious about your love life for March of 2023, we're going to be pulling some cards and asking Spirit what Spirit would like to talk about. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what Spirit has to say for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings for your love life. The first card that we're going to pull, this is going to be slightly a different sort of reading. So the first card that we're going to pull is going to represent the focus card. So what Spirit is wanting us to focus on. It could be something that we're struggling with. It could be something that we need advice on. The second card is going to be the solution card. And then the third card is going to be the outcome card. So let's go ahead and pull a card to see what Spirit wants to talk about for your love life for the month of March for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings. Let's see, Pisces, suns, moons, and risings. What does Spirit want to talk about for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings love life? Ooh, the confidence card. We had 3 cards come out that Spirit wants to focus on. The first one's confidence. The second one is wisdom. And then the third one is manifest. There's been something for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings where maybe we're struggling with feeling confident about our love life or feeling confident about ourselves, and maybe that's affecting our love life in some way, shape, or form. Maybe we're lacking confidence in our love life in some way. With wisdom also as a struggle card, maybe we're feeling as if we lack the knowledge to do something or to create something. Maybe we're questioning, like, do I know enough? Am I making the right choices? Am I doing the right things? And then the manifest card as well. Maybe we're also struggling with manifesting what we desire. Or maybe we're having doubt in ourselves or our ability, which is also kind of connected to the confidence thing that we have here. And let's go ahead and pull a solution card for my Pisces, suns, moons, and risings. What is the solution? Spirit is clearly thinking. Okay, this card wanted to come out. Prosperity. When prosperity shows up as the solution card, it talks about feeling abundant. So when it comes to our confidence, our things about wisdom and not feeling maybe good enough or not knowing what the right thing to do is, or seeking like what should I do, or when it comes to our ability to manifest, this is about feeling abundant. Seeing the abundance and the prosperity within yourself, seeing how much love you have within, and recognizing that that also exists out in the world. The fact that you exist also means that there's a divine partner that exists that is a match for you. The fact that you already exist is proof that someone out there also exists who's an energetic match with you. The fact that you desire love, and some of you may also already be in a relationship, right? But this is about feeling, when you feel abundant, when you feel so abundant with love, when you feel abundant with joy, when you're feeling prosperous and you're romanticizing yourself, giving yourself love, this is going to be what fills you up with confidence. This is going to be what fills you up with knowing the wisdom, like, hey, I am making the right choices. I am doing the right thing, because when I love myself, I then know how to love someone else. When I give love to myself to the point where I feel confident, then I know that the choices I'm making are from a place of confidence, from a place of knowing, from a place of wisdom. And if I'm able to manifest for myself the type of love that I need, that means then I can manifest it outside of myself as well, and that I'm able to receive it. So it's about creating it from within. When we create it from within and we create the prosperity already in our lives, if we know how to create it for ourselves, then we also know how to manifest it and attract it into our life. So that's going to be one of the first things, and also realizing the abundance of the world without doubting it, without doubting in the fact that you deserve to also receive that, and the fact that you are capable of receiving that, but it's being open to receiving, because when we're prosperous, that means we're open to receiving. But if we're closed off, how can we feel prosperous? How can we manifest what we want? How can we feel confident when we're closed off and when we don't believe in the abundance or the prosperity of the world? So as we begin to embody prosperity and abundance, what is our outcome card? These 2 cards wanted to come out. Joyous and gratitude. Joyous and gratitude are the outcomes. So gratitude is when we receive. Gratitude is the energy of receiving. Anytime that we're grateful for something, it's because we've received something. So this is the card. The outcome would be that all of a sudden you're receiving what you desire because you're giving it to yourself. And at the same time, when we give it to ourselves, we amplify it around us to also be able to receive it. But we have to open ourselves to receiving. And the best way to do that is to open up to receiving from yourself. Give it to yourself and be open to receiving it from yourself. And this will also help you open up and receive it from the outside as well. Also, being in the energy of gratitude helps us attract those things as well. And it will bring us to a joyous place. That is your outcome. When we feel abundant and prosperous and we're in alignment with that energy, it actually manifests it in our life. So that is Spirit's advice for my Pisces suns, moons, and risings for your love life. It looks like it's shifting to more prosperity, more joyousness, and more gratitude and gratefulness. So I'm sending you all so much love. I hope that resonated in some way, shape, or form. Be sure to check out your other sun, moon, and rising signs to get the most all-encompassing and accurate horoscope for you for the month of March. I'm sending you all so much love, and I hope to see you in my next one. Bye!